We are live. This is Hitchhiking America Day 17. And this is an update and maybe an interesting video. We're gonna find out. Hey, how's it going? So, yeah. Been trying to figure some stuff out today. Things haven't gone exactly as planned, but I'm pretty sure I'm still going to get to hitchhike a ride on a plane, which has been a dream of mine for, well, since I started hitchhiking, so hopefully that happens. No promises, but we might be flying in a plane. I might be flying in 2 different planes. We might be going for a little joyride, and then later I'm getting on another flight, which is actually taking me back to a place right next to LA. So that's the current situation. We're in Bakersfield right now. We're gonna do a little joy flight, probably. Did you get to see any of his hangers today? That's a good question. That's a good question. You know, this might look like I'm in a living room right now, but if we just spin this puppy around a little bit, you'll see that we're actually in a hangar. So, I've been to several hangars today, looking at different planes today. So, yes, I have. This is the plane we might fly right now. That's a Ford Model T. Another plane right there. And this would be like a stunt plane. It's like really lightweight, made for flipping around. But we might be flying this one coming up here pretty shortly. And then I'll be flying another plane later tonight. So that's currently what we're looking at. We flying tonight. So now the only downside is, so their family owns a Ferrari. The problem is one of the brothers is the one with the key, and we don't have access to the key, so we can't drive a car. We don't have the key, so we're not gonna get to drive the Ferrari, but we are gonna get to fly. Well, they're taking it out, so looks like we're gonna fly 2 planes. How does that sound, everyone? I'm gonna try and keep this live. That's why it's at a lower bit right now. I'm in a city, so I could sustain a higher resolution stream, but I figure once we get in the air, things will be different. I've got my antenna. I'm gonna try and suction it to the window while we're flying, so it boosts the signal, and hopefully that directional antenna will be able to keep it live for the most part when we're in the air. But yeah, I'm hitchhiking a ride on a plane twice, and this counts because these guys picked me up yesterday. They picked me up hitchhiking, and now they're taking me. So with that said, I do need to grab something from my backpack to make this thing work, so come with me. I'll let you guys look at this car while I go through my bag.
Todd, I'm gonna go. Hold on, let me go to the bathroom.
The antenna came with these little suction cup things that I'm guessing will hold it to the window. So that's what I'm getting right now. where I sleep last night. I slept at their place. They've got like a house out on, I think they said 66 acres or something. Right now, the plane we're flying on right now is pretty much just going out for a rip. Gonna fly around, look at things. The flight later is gonna actually be to the LA area, just the outskirts. So right now we're just flying in to this and back to the same location.
We're going flying!
Yeah, we are.
Beer trap, I usually drink before we go flying.
Hey? Oh, we're all gonna have a beer, aren't we? Okay. Are you ready to roll? We're not actually drinking and flying. That looks good to me. Flying time, guys. I'm so excited. I've wanted to hitchhike a ride in a plane for so long. No, so we're in Bakersfield. We're gonna fly in this plane just up and then down, check out the sights, I guess, like that. But later, their friends are flying from Bakersfield to the LA area. So,
Ready to go?
I am ready to go.
Put your parachute on?
Does it come with a parachute? Does the airplane?
Parachute's necessary for female clothing is optional.
Well, it looks like it's a male only, right? Girlfriend's not coming?
No.
No.
Sure, hop on in. There's not enough gas
Yeah.
for the CG for her to be in the wreck.
Alright.
After we fire up, we put those on.
Yeah, I can do that.
Put your seat on.
It might get loud.
Oh, it's gonna get loud.
So, you might want to turn your volume down. I got these though. You don't get these.
Alright, here you go.
Here we go. Rob, clear! those of you that don't know, Todd, right here, picked me up hitchhiking yesterday near Ventura, and now we're flying in their plane. At the end of the runway, we're taking off soon. Everybody's. Make sure your seatbelts are on and your trays are in their upright and locked position. These are all pre-flight checks. a dream of mine since I started hitchhiking. I am so unbelievably happy right now. Running fine, guys. It's his brother Steven flying. They're twins. Flight. We're going on another flight later tonight, and it's taking me to the outskirts of LA. This is just for fun. So this is just flight 1 of 2. It's a 1998 Cessna 182. Thank you. Oh, we're just mid-50s right now. plane we're flying later is from 1943 or 1942.
How was that, huh?
That was pretty fun. Nice little short flight. Checked out the city.
I'll let you jump out real fast.
All right. Oops. All right, that's my bad. All right, we're clear. All right. It was a first time hitchhiking ride on a plane. I'm pretty happy, but we're flying again later apparently. Thanks for taking me out. That's Todd from yesterday. You might remember him.
Oh.
Nice plane. I agree, it's a very nice plane. Wait, are these flights like, if people go online to like a website like Flight Radar, can they see your flight? No. Okay.
They can if we're en route being tracked somewhere, like a flight plan.
Okay.
But local, unless you follow a flight plan, you can't see it.
Okay. So the one tonight, is that a flight plan?
No.
Okay.
No. So if
You guys
follow
can't find me.
that- No.
You don't know where I am. But yeah, we didn't get to drive the Ferrari today, and we won't get to, but that's okay. We're riding in a plane. 2 planes.
Ferrari in the sky.
Hey?
Ferrari in the sky.
Yeah. This costs as much as a Ferrari or more.
More.
More than a Ferrari.
You're waiting here in deep.
Yeah, we're changing the channel name to Fly Live. This is no longer a hitchhiking stream, it's a flying stream.
Yeah, who wants to drive?
Yeah. That's sorry.
Cookie out of here, boy. Oh, is that a Wi-Fi deal?
It's an antenna to boost the signal on this guy here.
Oh, cool.
So makes it a bit more reliable, boosts my or doubles my upload speed, so which is what I need to stream.
Cool.
So this is the internet. This is everyone chatting here as we've gone.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So hello everyone. You want to introduce yourself?
Let's do that from there. Huh? So where's everybody from today?
Yeah. Can we get a roll call on where you're from?
What kind of car is that? It's a 1928 Model A Ford.
I guess I can move this up so you guys don't have to squat over. That'd probably be nicer for you guys. There you go.
Washington State, nice. Mass. Fall River, Mass. How we doing?
Florida, Norway, Bay
Bay
Area,
Area.
Portugal, South Carolina, Syracuse, Jersey, Montana, England.
Montana.
Probably won't have too many people from England right now. It's a
little late.
It's 8 hours ahead, so 4 in the morning or so.
Cali. Where you from Cali, Anthony?
Greenland.
Antarctica. I bet you're freezing your ass off.
And
Alright,
you've got
Trev.
fast enough internet to live stream video.
I'm gonna go eat me some Mexican food, buddy. Thanks for
Which
going
one's
flying
Todd?
with us.
This one right here. You take me. That was fun.
I'm Steven, I'm Todd's brother.
Yeah. They look pretty similar, don't
He's the uglier of the two.
one. They're twins.
Todd _ Hendricks.
He's plugging his Instagram.
It's not that
a lot
exciting.
of you already added him. I think he got spammed by messages or invites a little bit.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, moral of the story, if you hitchhike, you'll probably get picked up
What
on
is
an
it?
airplane.
You never know.
It only takes about 750 times.
Bye.
You leaving? Alright, see ya.
Yeah, we hung out all day. We went to pick up a plane from
Where was that? Mojave.
Mojave.
Edwards Air Force Base.
But then, what, you confirmed with the guy 3 times and we got there after driving an hour or whatever?
Yeah.
And he's like, sorry, can you come back tomorrow?
Life in the aviation world.
Yeah, apparently that's a regular thing. Yeah, they linked your Instagram, so you'll probably get spammed by people. It's on the,
Is it on there?
yeah, Instagram. Well, I hope you enjoyed that flight. We'll be most likely doing another flight tonight, flying to, what's the airport called?
Van Nuys.
Van Nuys. Van Nuys Airport. Little airport, right?
It's a mid-size airport.
Bigger than this?
Yeah, oh yeah, bigger.
Oh yeah, mid-size airport. Crashed at his place. It was nice.
Should be fun.
Oh, they're asking if you're tired of hanging out with me yet.
Not
You're trying to
yet.
Get rid of me.
Almost, but not yet.
But he's almost tired of me. We'll get there. Almost there. Flying to LAX? That ain't happening.
No.
Do you pay like a ton of fees to like use the
$300.
$300 to land in LAX, so that's not happening.
And it takes too long.
Like,
Once you land, it takes almost an hour to taxi to the parking
seriously?
because you wait for every airplane to land.
Yeah.
Should we tell them your Instagram name, babe? Luscombe Girl, KBFL.
People that live in friendly Manitoba are aviation enthusiasts. Go Winnipeg Jets.
Yeah.
NHL team. Now I've been told that, you know, aviation enthusiasts, people who have planes, they really like their planes, and I could probably hop airport to airport just getting little short flights if I tell them I'm doing some kind of documentary something or other and that I'm a aviation enthusiast myself. So maybe part of the stream will be we'll be hitching a few rides on planes.
Should have no problem doing that.
Yeah. What did we eat today? We had Taco Bell.
Taco Bell.
And we had, there's a restaurant attached to this little airport here.
Airport Cafe.
Airport Cafe. So no American classics. Well, Taco Bell, is that American? That's American. It started
Yeah,
here.
kinda.
Does that count as an
It's a
American
Tijuana classic.
It's trying to be Tijuana.
Yeah.
Does it count? Does it really count
Keto
as?
taco- no.
Yeah.
So what are these folks' favorite foods?
Yeah.
Taco Bell's an American classic. Yeah, I agree. Says, had no idea private pilots would be that kind of thing. Yeah.
Got a private pilot right here. Taco Bell when not hungover is risky.
Yeah.
Chick-fil-A. We got them yesterday. We did 2 American classics yesterday. Chick-fil-A and In-N-Out. Venison, kebab, Japanese ramen.
The venison kebab? That sounds good.
Venison steak.
Oh, venison steak?
Separate kebab.
I've had some venison steak.
Yeah. Oh, have you had poutine? Like proper Canadian poutine?
Uh-uh.
So you know what it is though?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so it's like it's fries,
Mm-hmm.
but then you've got cheese curds, which is like a raw type of cheese. It kind of
Mhm.
squeaks when you bite it. It's weird. And then a bunch of gravy on it.
Really?
And that's called poutine. And it's a French Canadian.
Really?
Uh,
With a side of mayonnaise?
some of them have main, like you can get them more loaded with stuff, but a basic poutine is fries, cheese curds, gravy, yeah.
I like cheese. You like cheese, baby? Say hi to the viewers. She's shy.
From all over the world.
How
Well,
many viewers do you have?
Just right now, 72. When they picked me up, we were at like 200.
Nice.
I'm more of an early to midday streamer. Usually I'm not streaming after 8 because that's when I go to sleep because the sun's down and that's my bedtime.
It's tent time. This man likes to pitch a tent.
I pitch a tent every night.
Oh.
Oh, and poutine means mess in French. I didn't even know that.
Poutine.
Yeah.
Jean Pedant.
Poutine is dope. What else? We got lobster, Taco Bell when drunk, sushi, steak, and cheeseburgers.
That's a weird combination. That's like chocolate ice cream and onions.
Yeah. Do you like sushi?
Some of it, yeah.
Some
but
sushi?
Not a lot.
We did a social eating sushi stream the other day.
Really?
Yeah, I went out to a sushi restaurant. I
he
splurged.
he has a big tent. How'd you know? How do you know?
I show everyone on stream everything.
Todd's pretty
You guys
on
have seen
point.
it all. Plus, you're a new streamer, but with a fast growth for 16 days in. Yes, the
Tiger
channel
Woods
has grown
speak French.
quickly.
Is that his name on there? Tiger Woods? It's Thai like Thailand.
Tiger Woods, I actually know him from Canada. I know him in real life. I worked
Nice.
with him.
Right on. He must be from central Canada, no French, huh?
Yeah, I don't. Ty, what's your French history? Yeah, we're at over 1,000 followers. We hit that yesterday, and for day 16 yesterday, that's really fast to get 1,000 followers. We should do something to celebrate. I'm celebrating by flying in a plane, but I should do something for you guys, for everyone that followed.
Well, this guy
We'll figure
came back
something
and
out.
said left off yesterday.
I had a nice relaxing day. We did lots of driving around, checking out the neighborhoods.
Lots of wasteful driving.
Yeah, we were trying to do a Ferrari stream as well.
This person is perfect. I look better with facial hair. Yeah.
Is that from looking at his Instagram? I think you look better with facial hair. I shaved this morning.
I got a big fat face.
But yeah, I had a good day. It was really hot. It was 90 degrees. It's too hot for this West Coast Canadian. That's 32 Celsius. It never gets that hot.
How did you guys get so rich? Rich with love, man.
That's it.
Do I fly to
It's all
Colombia?
from the heart.
Do I fly to Colombia frequently?
I know.
No, not into drugs.
No, they're not drug smugglers, everyone. Calling you baby-faced. Be nice to Todd.
They're hating. That's the last word to say. It's funny.
So Todd, thanks a ton for taking us all on these fun trips.
Right on.
Thanks from me and the internet, the viewers.
Ever been to Tampa, Florida? I've been to Tampa, Florida. I flew a plane home from just below Tampa.
Yeah.
From or Miami. Or no, it wasn't. It was Immokalee, Florida. Immokalee Field.
Yeah. But like you've been a lot of places. You've traveled a lot.
Traveled a lot.
Yeah.
All over the place.
Yeah. Do you have a country count?
I think it's somewhere in the 20s.
Somewhere in the 20s.
In the 20s.
Me and them both. We're 20s.
How many countries did I do in the past month? 5?
I'm not sure.
5 countries, 1
3.
month?
In 1 month.
Yeah, well.
Well, you did Thailand.
Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam,
Okay.
Hong Kong, and
Oh, that.
that was it. Yeah, 4.
Yeah, past month. It's not bad month.
What countries in Europe have I been to? Oh gosh, Denmark, Italy, Spain, Paris. Is it Paris? I've been to Amsterdam. What else have I been?
Dubai.
And to the UK. It's not.
It's not in Europe. Close enough.
Been to the UK,
Close.
Netherlands,
Netherlands.
Belgium.
Yeah.
I guess Belgium is Netherlands. Ain't it? It's been many years ago.
And do you have a favorite place you've traveled to?
Amsterdam.
Amsterdam's his favorite.
Did your girlfriend ever get scared if you fly? No, she flies too. Her Instagram is LuscomGirlKBFL.
They both fly.
How far can you travel in that plane? Anywhere you want to go as long as you stop for fuel. A tank of fuel goes about 500 miles at about 140 miles an hour. Amsterdam. Why was it my favorite? That's a good question. The people were nice, the weather was nice, the food was nice, the price was nice.
Probably the weed.
Yeah. I didn't smoke any weed while I was there.
See?
I stayed up really late though. We had a good time. Never been a fan of weed.
See?
How
I
far
don't really smoke weed either.
are you from the Kern County Speedway? Not far, 10 miles. That's 10 miles that way.
Asking if you serve.
No. No.
Well, they want to know.
What was your latest Instagram name again? Luscombe Girl. Luscombe Girl KBFL.
You have a few.
You get some followers now, babe.
Yeah.
Except
Yeah.
she's got so many followers, it's
Oh,
crazy.
does she?
Female pilot. Oh,
Oh, female. Yeah, that'll
she
do
probably
it.
gets 100 requests a day.
That would do it.
No, I really don't have that many.
How many you got? You got almost 1,000
Yeah.
in 3 months.
I wish I could post more. I don't have time to fly.
Yeah.
Summertime. Keep a lookout.
You said you have a plane. You have a plane, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You've one. What's your plane?
Alaska 11E.
Luscombe 11E. She flies.
Yes, she does well.
What should I do in LA? What
She
should I
said,
do?
how does she put up with 6th graders?
I love my baby.
It's tough.
He knows. He went to Camp Keep with me.
I volunteer at the 6th graders, for the 6th graders.
It's a rough age.
It is.
It's
It
a tough
is.
age.
It is.
Like, yeah.
They respect you though, so it's fun.
They respect you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did 7-day volunteering at a
Yeah.
kids camp, and man, it
He
was.
was asking if they respect me.
I froze. Oh,
Yeah.
they respect you, don't they?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
My kids are great.
Feed them candy, though. They love you.
As far as like within your family.
Yeah, it's a family car.
It's a family car.
How long have you two been dating? Too long. Shit, no. Almost 10 years.
10 years.
Yeah.
Still no rock. I don't know what's wrong with that.
I feel like there's a little pressure there.
Yeah, a little bit. A little tension.
A little bit.
Well, I'm somewhere like in an hour. So
Probably like an hour and 20. He should be here.
we're flying to some Niza.
Where's the ring, Todd?
If you liked it, then you should have put a ring on it.
Yeah, that's true. They're all,
What are they saying?
They're giving you shit.
yeah,
I can't
they're
read.
giving
They're
you
giving you
shit for
shit.
weddings.
Yeah.
Marriage is a scam. I like it, buddy. Right on.
And the entree. They don't.
Ask them where you should go for dinner tonight.
Like when I land.
Do you want to go to dinner before? Do you want to have a dinner in Bakersfield, or do you want to wait till LA?
Well, are we kind of in the outskirts when I land? I probably will. Like.
You'll be like in the heart of Los Angeles area.
Really?
You'll be right off Sunset Boulevard.
Really?
Yeah, Van
That's where
Nuys.
they. Oh, okay.
Van Nuys Airport.
Do you think I'd be able to crash in the
Oh yeah.
the pilot's lounge?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I think by the time I get there, I'll be
Yeah. They
What?
got big, nice, comfy chairs.
be like 11 by the time everything's all said and done.
Probably 11.
And
You're
then
really
at that
hungry.
point, I'll just want to crash. So
Eat
either
some-
eat.
Eat some free cookies in the pilot lounge. It's free popcorn.
I have enough in my bag to like hold me over or eat here. I'm not sure. But I probably won't leave the airport tonight, wherever I land. Like these planes take different fuel than.
This one is it's not jet fuel. This is they call it 100 octane. Same as what goes in your car. This has a high lead additive. So they call it 100 octane low lead. It's a blue fuel.
Okay.
It's about twice as much as a car gas per gallon.
What does lead do in fuel? Because like
It's
all.
a lubricant.
Okay, because all vehicle fuel is unleaded now.
It's all unleaded now. So if you have like this old car,
Yeah.
this old car needs more lubricant in the fuel. So they put
Oh,
like
okay.
a lead additive.
Yeah.
Since the airplane are based off of 1930s technology, They require a lot of lead additive.
It seems like chat's hot for teacher. Yeah, this will be, me and Todd are parting ways in an hour and a half. He's staying here, I'm going to LA.
Until we meet again.
Yeah. I've got his Instagram, I've got his number. I know where he lives kind of. I couldn't find it if I needed to, but you know,
Way out
out in the country,
boonies.
yeah. But yeah. We'll be parting ways. But it's been fun.
Yeah.
See?
I took up most of your day driving.
I was okay with that. It was relaxing for me.
Yeah, it was.
And I took a little nap too. I rarely ever nap, but I didn't sleep much last night.
Chasing all those women on Instagram.
Any plans or anything to do while in LA? I have 0 plans for LA so far. I don't make plans, I just do things. You guys know that.
Sneezing?
Yes.
That's a terrible sneeze. Let it out.
Mad respect to him picking you up. Tell him chat loves him.
Right on, thanks.
Seen it and heard it. Yeah. It's always crazy to me that people see a stranger on the side of the road, a complete stranger that they don't know, and just out of the goodness in their heart, they pull over and help that person out.
He was right at the turn too, so like I come on there,
I
like,
know, it's
Bop!
bad
and I mean,
spot.
right as I make a turn, he's like right there with
I
no
know.
place to park. And I stopped. I was like, hey, come on, let's do it.
There'll be video of that pickup in the VODs. We had problems with the police that day, so we were trying to follow the letter of the law.
Read the last comment.
You missed Todd's other brother, the special one.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, we had a bit of a conspiracy
You
theory.
got that for Steven.
He means well, but he's passionate about his conspiracies.
He's pretty passionate. That's a good way to put it, yeah.
Oh, I thought they were talking about Steven.
No,
No.
Ryan.
Ryan.
Oh.
Yesterday, he loved to talk about.
I think chat really liked him.
Conspiracies.
Because,
and
yeah.
flat Earth and everything. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. He's a real flat earther, everyone.
Don't give your license to the cops. That's what Ryan said. Don't give your license to the cops.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, I guess he thinks you don't.
So you don't have to.
When the cops beat your ass and
Yeah.
you're tasting the pavement, they'll be getting your ID.
You're a hitchhiker also? Are you actually a real hitchhiker? A few people have shown up in chat, said they've done it. Well, that's cool. But no, my method with the police is to be polite and respectful. If I disagree, I'll like tell them, but I'm not gonna try and be argumentative with them. And like, again, you can see my police interaction in a VOD up there, and it went pretty well.
He said, "Why did you try to pick up Trevor?" I don't know, man. Something came to mind. And I was like, "This guy needs some love. Needs to be picked up."
Got so much love.
Yeah.
Got
I didn't see the camera though. I just saw a guy that said South and murder. And I was like, well.
You didn't see the murder
I
until
didn't see
later.
the murder part, but
Saw the murder later. On the other side of my south sign is a sign that says not a murderer. We've used it a few times, but it's not the most successful sign. Thank you, April and Andrea, for making that sign. And the Canadian A sign. They're not as successful as a just a informative sign that just tells you where you're going. But they're funny.
And when I picked him up, I was only going one exit a mile down the road. And then when I picked him, I was like, yeah, well, we'll drive a little further.
Yeah. So
Which
we went
turned
for a
into
cruise.
a 2-day deal.
And we went like 40 minutes south or something like that.
Went all the way to Calabasas.
Yeah, and then like checked out a Lamborghini dealership, went to In-N-Out, and drove all the way back to where they picked me up, and then checked out their boat. And then we drove all the way to Bakersfield. So went in the right direction, then the wrong direction, and then completely the wrong direction. What plane are you buying next? Do you have one lined up?
The next one, I'm buying an Antonov AN2.
Antonov.
Antonov AN2.
Where's that one from?
It's in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's be my next. Well, I'm purchasing it. I'll buy a few between now and then, but
Yeah.
the one I'm gonna keep is gonna be the Antonov.
Yeah. What was that? Did I earn my hitchhiking wings now? I think, does that count? I've earned my wings now. I've flown, and we're about to fly again.
Yeah, that should be a fun one to go hitchhike on airplanes up and down the United States.
And now I kind of have like an insider knowledge kind of thing going on, so kind of know what to do. That might be, we'll try and incorporate that into this stream going forward. Occasionally we'll just be like, screw hitchhiking out of here. Well, screw hitchhiking by vehicle or car. We're gonna fly out of here and then keep going.
Eat some Culver's.
Culver's in Wisconsin? I've heard of Culver's.
Kenosha, Wisconsin. That was what she has. It is Kenosha. Did he say Kenosha? Yep.
Oh, the bi-wing plane?
Yep. It's a big Russian bi-wing 18-passenger radial airplane.
Really?
Oh, it's massive. It wouldn't even fit in here.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Is it airworthy?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah. I just haven't had time to fly it home because it's
oh, you've already bought it.
It burns 100 gallons an hour. And it would take 23 hours to get it home.
Yeah.
So 2,300 gallons at $7.20 a gallon. It's not the most fuel efficient airplane.
We just flew in this plane. We're flying in a different plane. The plane we're flying in is from 1942? 1943. 1943.
Howard DGA 15.
So it'll be a bit different. 1998, and you'll see the 1943 plane soon enough.
Should be fun.
Looks a little different. Has a lot more of like an incline when you're sitting on the tarmac.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tail dragger.
Tail dragger, there we go. The real, what do we call that?
This is not to get on a religious
some authentic California Mexican food.
Oh yeah.
Is it like here or in LA?
What the religious one ask? It says something about religion. That one right there, I would say.
Want water?
Religious
Oh, sure, thank you.
Not cold stuff.
That had a lot to do with it, yeah. My brother passed away a couple days ago, and we were just out for a cruise and trying to clear our minds, and no more did we get on the freeway and we saw this guy. So,
in a very bad hitchhiking spot, but I was making it as legal as could be. Quite often the best hitchhiking spot is not the most legal hitchhiking spot, but for the purpose of this stream, we're keeping things legal. Because, well, Twitch wouldn't like if I was doing something illegal, and I try to keep things legal regardless.
got any questions, babe? Want us to try to find you a groom?
Yeah. Who here would pop the question right away? Sight, or well, it wouldn't be sight unseen because you've seen, but without actually meeting.
That's so fucked up.
We've got plant radionics, groom here.
Present.
Sickness, yeah. You have offers. You've got options.
Come to Cali, baby. I'm waiting.
Yeah.
Who here needs a prenup?
Have any of your viewers ever been to Bakersfield, California?
Yeah. Anyone been to Bakersfield?
He said married once. I'm good, thanks.
People don't have the highest opinion of marriage here.
Thank you.
The point is to not scare him away from marriage. Come on.
Yeah, at first you guys were like, come on, Todd.
She's in Fontana. That's not far.
Yes, it sucks many
NASCAR.
times.
NASCAR. My brother that passed away got arrested at the NASCAR Fontana for peeing on the racetrack.
He peed everywhere.
He
in
peed
public.
everywhere. He liked to just pee on things. It was weird.
What do they call that? Indecent exposure, or like just like,
Yes, it
or
was just-
drunken in
yeah,
public,
it was
or
drunk
something
in
like
public,
that?
but he had hopped the fence onto the actual NASCAR racetrack. He was out there peeing, laughing, and he got arrested.
Let's see. Yes, it sucks many times.
For all of you that have been here, I'm sorry.
What do you call it? The armpit of California?
Yeah, the armpit of California.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to the armpit of California.
So I was in Hong Kong about 10 days ago, and it was like 4 o'clock in the morning. There's one other person in this airport, a girl traveling to Thailand. And I asked, where are you from? And she goes, oh, I'm from Bakersfield. You probably never heard of it. And I randomly was like, well, I'm from Bakersfield. It was the strangest thing to be so far away from home and have one person in sight, and she was actually from Bakersfield. It's pretty funny.
Modesto is the armpit of California, apparently.
Yeah, I think all of California's an armpit.
All of it?
Unless you're in La Jolla.
What's
It's a beach town.
Isn't there just beach towns all up and down the coast there?
Yeah,
a lot of beautiful little beach towns.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed my time in California. It's a pretty beautiful place. Albeit Washington, Oregon, beautiful as well. Just rainy the whole time I was there. Didn't
it
stop.
rains.
But that's the Pacific Northwest for you.
Rains from July 1st to June 31st the whole year. Got any questions, Ben?
No. Oh, are there any other teachers on your stream right now?
Any teachers? Educators?
Any educator?
So you got chopped up?
Happy to see I didn't get chopped up and put in bags on that boat the other day. Yeah, that's a good thing. Because, yeah, our signal just completely died at that point, and then they said I could shower, so at that point I'm like, that stream over for the day. I didn't get to do like an outro, like recap like I have done other days, but yeah, we lost signal. Girlfriend's a geologist and teaches at a local JC at the moment. Junior college?
Cool,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, a geologist.
That's really
That's
cool.
a cool one.
Used to be a drill sergeant.
Very cool.
Mom is a preschool teacher, professor at Snorting Coke class. Yeah.
Bless her heart.
The shower was a hint, probably. But actually, no. I'd showered
How many viewers are there?
64 right now.
Oh.
Most we've had is 317. This is past my regular viewing hours, so my regulars aren't. Well, a few of them are. No, a few. I see a lot of familiar names. But yeah, we're missing some people. That's okay. No mosquitoes there? I think I've seen some.
There's a few.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Not as bad as the women here.
Yeah. But what was I? It's hard for me to tell what my current aroma is at.
I didn't notice it.
See, didn't notice it.
I didn't notice
I
it.
tell you guys, I don't smell that bad. I swear. I actually smell okay.
My
usually.
nose was plugged though, so.
I swear.
She said you're much better than watching TV.
Oh yeah, that's the person from Greenland. We watch Trevor every night. Well, I try to stream as much as I can. Usually I'm off at this point because that happens. The sun goes away, and that means bedtime for me. Because I don't hitchhike at night. That's one of my rules. I got a few hitchhiking rules. He's just being nice. Stinky, calling me Stinky. You got lots of mosquitoes in Florida? That'll be fun. Yeah, that's a rough thing because the two, in my opinion, the two worst things for hitchhiking is snow, because it snows on the road, then they plow it onto the shoulder, and that's where I do my business. And like a lot of bugs, because like they're flying in your eye and your ear, and you're trying to look friendly and inviting hitchhiking on the side of the road, but you end up like swatting your face and like just looking like you're really irritated, and it looks like you're just kind of crazy standing on the side of the road. So also it's not fun to be bitten and stuff like that while you're standing there. So yeah.
Unless you're a vampire guy.
Yeah, vampire guy probably likes it. He likes sharing the blood.
Did you see that part of it? You gotta watch it after. It's pretty funny.
People tend to cut people up more at night. You know, it's probably partly true. More weird things seem to happen at night.
That's because most weirdos get out of bed at sundown. They're sleeping all day.
Yeah.
They don't have a job.
Needs to be turned into a TV series, Travel Channel or something, in 360p. Ultra low definition.
Yeah. At Nat Geo, at Discovery Channel.
Yeah. Let's just blow this up on a big 50-inch TV screen. It'll look great. Yeah, this will be a short stream. Like yesterday I streamed for like, I don't know, 11 hours. From when I woke up in the morning and definitely didn't camp in that park where we had that morning stream. I would never camp there, I swear. Till when we lost connection before I showered. But this one, it's been an hour so far, and
Probably an hour.
I'm flying again in an hour, going to LA, and that'll take, 40 minutes? 50?
Yeah, 35.
35,
40 minutes.
35, 40 minutes to get there. And then we'll probably lose the stream on and off during that flight, because we'll be flying over rural areas, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I'll probably do a recap, sign off at the airport, and then sleep in the pilot's lounge, apparently. Hopefully they let me. Do I have to say anything, or are you just going to crash there?
Just go and sleep.
Alright. I'm on your TV. Does it look good in 360p? It's pretty low resolution. Did you show these guys any clips from your ride with River and Joseph? I did show them the vampire one when we were grabbing a quick snack after I ended the stream. What do you think?
They were a couple out of like Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yes, they were. They meant me no harm. They were just fucked up.
Yeah.
Had some very interesting thoughts about things.
Yeah.
Need to get a live view to donate the use of a stream pack to him. I've looked at that. What that is you can use, like I have one of those things. You can get like 4 of them with different providers and tie all those connections together to get a more stable, reliable, faster.
Oh, and you never lose signal?
Yeah. The thing is, I think
only $600 a month?
well, it's like $1,000 for the unit itself.
Oh,
and
really?
then, well, each one of those plans would cost me $150 to $250, so my data costs are going to go up exponentially. The other thing is the live view battery lasts about 2 hours, and I think it needs a 12 volt input, so I can't use these mobile batteries that I'm using here because they don't, charge at that rate. So
in better words, donate some money so my boy can have faster internet.
Yeah. There you go. The connection thing is literally like, there's only so much I can do. The best way to solve it is to literally throw money at the problem, and it might get a bit better, but it's a lot of money to have a network stuff is expensive.
It is not cheap.
Oops. Sorry. Nice wall. What would be my last meal?
If we were executed, wow.
Yeah, I know. That's a pretty...
Wow.
Thanks, Shan.
My last meal would probably be the bullet that was executing me.
I don't know what I'd pick. Can I have like anything from anywhere? Can I be like, I want you to bring me this dinner from this 3-star Michelin restaurant in France or something like that?
I'd probably settle for like some chicken Penang Thai food.
Yeah.
That's probably what
Thai
I'd settle
food?
for. Little brown rice, chicken Penang.
What's the best aviator watch? Well, he's wearing a Casio G-Shock, right?
Yeah, this is the best aviator watch you can buy. It's my favorite. It's probably the Breitling aviator.
Breitling.
But there's the old school ones from like the 60s. Those are the best.
Like a Navitimer?
Yeah, Navitimer. There's the Tour Billion. There's a couple of them.
Yeah. Hey, got a donation. Halter Top donated $10.
Right
Well,
on.
then here's a little more towards network stuff. Thank you, my friend.
Keep
I
it
appreciate
coming.
it. Yeah, thank you. Hey, Bubba. Bubba picked me up in Oregon. He's one of the guys that picked me up.
Right on.
He now comes here every day pretty much and says hi.
Sweet.
That's cool.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. We have a few drivers that come in to chat and hang out.
What is this on? What program?
It's on Twitch TV. You have a business code, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you'll be able to find me.
show it to you.
Yeah. It's a live streaming website. It started focusing mainly on video game live streaming, people playing video games and live streaming that process. More recently, they've started a category called IRL, in real life, and that's kind of growing, where people kind of stream them doing their regular life, whether that's inside or outside. I don't think anyone's done a hitchhiking stream though yet, so welcome to Hitch Live, where we hitchhike. And if I wasn't live streaming this, I'd still be hitchhiking, because this is actually, honestly, something I just enjoy, as strange as that is. Yeah, that Penang chicken curry is dope.
That's my favorite right
Yeah.
there. When I was in Thailand 2 weeks ago,
Yeah.
that's all I ate every day.
What are the FAA rules about you streaming in the air? I don't think there would be any.
No.
All I'm doing is receiving a cellular signal through my antenna thing and broadcasting out on the phone. I know commercial planes, they're like, they don't really want you to use your cell phone, but
Yeah, they don't want to have any sort of incoming frequency.
on a private plane,
Nah, it doesn't matter.
yeah, doesn't matter. FAA doesn't say anything. We tried to pick up a plane. We drove an hour, tried to pick up a plane. They said, come back tomorrow, even after confirming 3 different times in 24 hours. So that was fun. And then we hung around town for a bit. Yeah, one of the live streamers on this format makes apparently $500,000 a month from live streaming a video game.
It's a pretty good income.
Oh, wow.
Sits at his in his chair, plays a video game, and
Really? Makes millions.
makes a lot of money.
That's cool.
It's the current like hot game, and he's good at it. And yeah,
That's a
He
good
makes
question.
money.
Second one from the bottom.
what was that?
Oh, third one now.
Was your mom thinking about you hitchhiking? Well, at the start, when I first started hitchhiking, like before I first hitchhiked from where I was going to school, Kelowna to Vancouver, my very first hitchhike, she was very against the idea of me doing that. But now that I've been picked up over 700 times, done it in 25 countries, and really only have good things to say about it, she might still not like it, but I think she can at least appreciate it, because it has been kind of the thing I've enjoyed most in my adult life. So I think it's been really good for me as a person, personal development and all that jazz. Yeah. Well, that's talking about some stuff. Ty, if you do want to make a donation, and I'm not saying you should or anything like that.
Hello.
If you scroll into the information below,
Hello.
if you're in like on desktop, there's a
What's going on?
donation button, and if you click that, then
No,
it
I
brings you
called
to
him
a
a few
page,
times
and you
this week
can
until about
donate
12.
if you want to. I'm not saying you should, but I'm not sure if it's different on mobile. If you are on mobile,
45 and you just got up. No,
Madison,
it's been a couple of
Wisconsin.
months, so you call me
Oh yeah,
on
we got a
30.
few people from Wisconsin.
No. That's probably what it was.
Good stuff, such nice people.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
fine.
If you're new to the stream,
We're online right now.
there's VODs of essentially every single ride I've had.
Fun, smooth.
This is ride number 37.
Yeah, he gets, Steven gets. He gets all picky.
Is it against terms of service to kill a mosquito on stream?
Too much.
Is that violent? Is that violence? Unnecessary violence? Oh, please don't ban me.
Yeah, kinda. I did. I flew.
Are you gonna donate?
You're gonna get a tattoo that says Todd right under your nipple.
So you can stream that.
On your what? What did it say?
Someone's gonna get a Todd tattoo right underneath their nipple for you.
As long as it's a female, and I gotta prove it after.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll call you a little bit.
Send proof.
The airport, we're getting ready to leave. Yeah, Todd's getting ready to come from the Howard.
Used to play Halo with Ninja all the time. Yeah, I heard he started streaming with Halo. I think it's gonna take off seriously. In my mind, it's already taken off. Like compared to the past couple days, we've got lower numbers, but I'm streaming at an awkward time. Like 3 days ago, I had 150 followers, and we were getting like 10 to 20 viewers at any one time. And then we had that crazy Texas Chainsaw Massacre ride. Something trended on Reddit from that, the vampire clip, and we've been averaging over 100 kind of viewers on every stream now. This one's just started super late, and yeah. I have 0 tattoos. I'm not against getting a tattoo, I just haven't like found something that I'm like, I want that permanently on my body. I think if I get one, it's gonna be just like spur of the moment. Like, I don't know, I get picked up by someone hitchhiking, I end up in a situation and there's an opportunity to get a tattoo that I wouldn't have stumbled upon just independently, and then I might get one. just
So you're
remember.
saying we should get a tattoo right now?
Yeah, to commemorate my first hitchhiking flight.
It'll be a flying thumb, like an airplane thumb.
Yeah, that'd be sick. Just remember you when I get big. Okay, I'll remember you, sickness. I'll remember you. How did I end up in an airport? This guy picked me up hitchhiking in Ventura
Victorian 101.
yesterday, and we hung out for a day, and then he took me for a flight in that plane, and then his friends are taking me for another flight later to LA. So I ended up here. I hitchhiked, and now I'm flying. Not right now, but I was, and I will be. Get wings on my ass. Could do that.
I'm not going to be there to watch that one.
No, he doesn't want to see that. Start hitchhiking from Bakersfield, you might run into Joseph and River. Well, they live in, or they spend most of their time in the San Francisco area. So if you go north around to San Francisco, yes, you might see Joseph and River. If anyone's in the Bay Area, let me know if you see them. Maybe like take pictures and post them to the Discord so we can have river updates. You think you might stand on the 101 in hopes of Todd taking that route one day so you can experience this?
It'd be easier just to DM me than wait for that.
Yeah, he's told everyone his Instagram several times. It'd probably be better to just... Did Todd buy a Lambo? He has a Ferrari, not a Lamborghini.
I've had a Lambo before.
So, what did you have?
The Murcielago, 2003.
2003 Murcielago.
Lime green.
He has another friend that has an Aventador here.
The Aventador S.
Aventador S, and he was trying to get him to come and go for a ride today, but he was busy. And we didn't get the Ferrari stream today, but that's okay. We flew. Like, cool exotic car would be great, but my dream has been to hitchhike and get picked up in a plane. So, what kind of Ferrari?
It's the F430.
F430.
Convertible. I gotta throw that in there. Convertible.
Yeah. What's the worst thing you've ever eaten while traveling? Any gross dishes? In your minds, probably the worst thing I've ever done is dumpster dive for bread and pastries.
What?
Yeah. Like, okay, so
Hopefully they were clean.
So yeah, they were. So when you buy bread from the store and the bread gets to its best before date,
They throw it away.
you throw it away on the best before date?
Oh, I don't, but I mean the stores do, right?
Yeah, the stores do,
Yeah.
but like it's still got like
Oh, days. Yeah,
days,
weeks.
maybe even weeks
Yeah.
before it actually goes bad. And what smaller places do is usually they'll have all the bread and pastries in a separate like clear plastic bag. And you just open the trash. There's a bag full of perfectly good bread and pastries that just have a best before date of that day. They just can't sell it, but it's perfectly good. So if you are trying to not spend very much money, why not just partake in some, best before that day bread and pastries? A true hitchhiker would tie themselves onto the wing when they fly.
That's a wing walker.
The Murcielago is the best looking Lamborghini in your opinion, Cholet. The ass of it looks so good. What color F430? That was white with a red interior?
White red interior. Blanco Fuji.
Blanco Fuji.
Say what I do for a living.
Everyone asks about how you got to the point where you have planes and a Ferrari and stuff like that.
Hard work.
There you go.
And a good woman to keep you down.
Right?
Or not keep you down. keep you up. The Turbo PT Cruiser. That's like the first date prom car.
Sorry guys, no Ferrari stream. One day. We'll keep it on the bucket list. Or maybe we'll hitchhike back here one day and the Ferrari will be available.
Yeah, come back on the way through.
Yeah. Although you're only here like 3 months a year?
Yeah,
Yeah.
3.5, 4 months here
Yeah.
and there. This year should be a little better.
Mike's a tad bit staticky. Is everyone getting static? If not, I can remove it or try to redo it. Sometimes we get shitty audio. Usually it's from feedback, but it's pretty far away, so. Yeah, what are you doing the rest of the year?
Building hangars and living life
There you
with
go.
no regrets.
Yeah.
He's all keep you up quotation, squirrel rolls eyes. You did.
I'm happy you guys can see that. I wasn't sure with the resolution if you'd be able to see the response to. Sounds fine?
Fun of it.
What do you say, not a squad? I can't see that.
No, Scud.
Oh, Scud.
I don't even know.
Like a Scud missile?
Yeah, that's when I hear Scud.
Or Scud like a douche?
But yeah, for those of you that missed the first flight, we will be flying again. The problem is it's going to be at night, so you won't be able to see that much. And the connection's going to cut in and out because we'll be flying not just around the city, we'll be flying from city to LA across mountain ranges and stuff. So, right, there's mountains.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should have some good service, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because higher up you have less obstruction.
Yeah,
Better line of sight. Yeah.
Line of sight, no obstruction.
Scuderia. Scud.
Oh, the Scuderia, the Ferrari
Scuderia.
Scuderia. Yeah, the Scuderia mainly comes in. That only comes in a coupe, a non-convertible, and
Oh.
it's like a race edition. Carbon fiber brakes, has real lightweight interior. It's a nice car.
Yeah.
Pepperoni.
Probably like about 50 minutes. Use that
Should we go eat real quick?
claim jumper. Yeah, we could.
We might go eat.
That severe is what we should eat.
What should we eat? Well, you're saying, wait, do you have authentic Californian
Mexican food? Oh, every street corner.
Every street corner.
Mm-hmm.
Should probably do that then.
They might rob us, but we'll get some good food.
Yeah, especially with all the camera gear.
Let's go.
Yeah. All right,
Let's
we're
do
gonna go get some food. Just leave my bag here and stuff. Yeah. All right.
So we're gonna come back. At some point.
Sorry.
Sorry.
All right. We're back to a social eating stream. We've done that a few times. Oh yeah, this is their car. This is pretty cool. Well, another one of their cars.
I bought this at Barrett Jackson, the big,
Auto show.
the world's biggest
They
auto show
televised
auction.
that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was this was being televised when I got it.
Really? Maybe we can find a clip of that. Them buying this car on Barrett Jackson Auto.
I bought and sold a lot of cars at Barrett Jackson.
Yeah?
I think I've drove this thing maybe 10 times in 10 years.
Is it tough to drive?
It's not tough to drive it, you just have to double clutch it because there's no synchros.
Yeah.
So you have to go first gear, clutch it to pull it out,
Yeah.
clutch it back to go into second,
Okay.
clutch it back to get out of second. So
Okay.
it's tough. It's definitely not a safe car. I mean, it's
Well,
But-
what you said, 28?
1928.
I don't think there's many safety standards in 28.
No
Yeah.
airbags, and it's got the self timing, so you can time the distributor on the dash to go faster.
Yeah.
If you want to advance or retard the timing for performance.
Oh.
It's neat.
Yeah.
It's a cool car.
We flew in this plane. Got another plane there. And a part of a plane there. All right, let's go eat. All right. You can ride in the front. I'm the hitchhiker.
Okay.
Okay.
She's camera shy.
Oh, okay. Vehicles cold is probably gonna be horrible while we're in here, but.
Where are we gonna go, Todd?
Where you wanna go?
I don't know.
I think Casa Munoz would be our best bet.
Huh?
Casa Munoz, are they still open?
Where's that at again? No.
Easy. Oh, like Casa Munoz?
Oh, the one right here?
Yeah.
Union?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not bad.
I've been going there since I was like 6 years old. I used to race sailboats. And we used to have our regatta meetings when I was a kid.
Oh yeah.
Back when it was a nicer part of town.
Oh, did you tell him you used to have a monkey?
You had a monkey?
I
pet?
raised a pet monkey. Yeah.
Are you are monkeys? Are you allowed to have a monkey?
No.
No.
If you have a lot of money, you just buy a pet
I guess
monkey.
yeah. Money makes all kind of laws disappear.
It was about
Money solves all
$22,000
problems.
for a monkey.
You spent $22,000 on a monkey?
Yeah.
You just really wanted a monkey, or you saw a monkey and they're like, "This is $22,000," and you're like, "I have to have
Well,
that."
it was a combination. The monkey was 15,
Yeah.
and then we had to fly special plane flights to get it back, and
Yeah.
it was a nightmare. But
Yeah. When people were wondering how you start the 28, the Model T,
the same way you start a normal car,
it's just a.
but you have
T.
to. It has a timing advance.
Yeah.
So you have to start it with an advanced timing, then you retard the timing down to a standard. If not, it'll ping.
Okay.
But once you do it once or twice, it's easy to.
Yeah.
Or you can crank it from the front. It's got a hand crank you can
Yeah.
crank, but I've never tried it.
What was the monkey's name?
Lincoln.
Lincoln the monkey.
Lincoln.
Do you know what type of monkey?
He was a capuchin.
A capuchin
a
monkey.
White-faced capuchin. raised him from 18 days old
And then
until he was about 2.5, 3
You
years
guys
old.
want to see a video?
of the monkey?
Can you see it on here if I show you?
Yeah, they might be able to see
Maybe.
it. We'll see. Ooh. Oh,
Oh,
oh.
Well, you can see it.
Yeah, I can see it. It's very cute. It's
I wish you could see
Yeah.
it.
well, that's on
Turn
your.
your brightness
Instagram.
down all the way.
Well, what if we turn these off?
No. Turn your brightness down all the way. Because the aperture in the camera.
That's. Oh yeah, there we go. Good call.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
That's not fucking around.
Oh yeah, now they're telling you to put your seatbelt on. Be safe, everyone.
I was going to try to find one more picture.
Oh, okay. This road has a nice rhythm to it.
It's got a nice bump to it.
Yeah.
Oh, here's another picture. Woo! He was cute.
He was a fun little animal. he was a terror though. He would run from you and jump into trees, and at the time we were living on the golf course, and
Yeah.
we had the tee box, and he would get loose and run out, and he would like jump on the golfers golfing, and they would just come unglued. They wouldn't know what to do. They'd see a
Well,
monkey,
yeah.
a monkey
What do
wearing
you
a
do?
diaper.
That's not a situation you're prepared for.
No, they're like ah. But he was nice. He never bit anybody.
Yeah. So, what you had him for 2.5 years. What ended up happening with Lincoln?
Well, he went to a monkey trainer,
Yeah,
so the monkey trainer could train him to be
a better monkey.
adaptable to a family and whatnot.
Yeah.
And then he was getting along with the other monkeys so well, it felt selfish not,
Oh, to take him back.
taking
yeah.
him back into an environment where he had no companions.
Oh, it's
Oh, that's so cute. Baby
He
Lincoln.
had to wear like a diaper.
Oh yeah, I've changed a monkey diaper about 6,000 times.
Oh man.
So he had to wear preemie diapers for babies
All the time, like, cause you just.
all the time.
If he did,
Can you train them like toilet train a monkey?
you can, but it takes about 5 years.
Oh, okay.
So if you didn't, he would shit in his hand and throw it on you. So you'd have to make sure to put him in a diaper.
Is that the same dude from yesterday? Yes, it is. And we just took my first hitchhiking flight, and I'm about to take another in an hour. Do you know how old the monkeys usually live to? They have a pretty long lifespan.
They live to about 60 years old.
60.
So
Wow.
most of them usually outlive their parents, or they outlive
Yeah.
their owner, their
Yeah.
caretaker. But a monkey is not a good pet. That's not a good pet.
You wouldn't, if you could do it all over again, you wouldn't get a monkey?
Well, it was selfish after you realize how selfish it was to have a pet monkey.
Yeah.
And you deprived them of their habitat.
Yeah.
But a monkey progresses at half of the speed of a child. So if you have a monkey that's 3 years old, it's literally like having a 1.5-year-old child.
Oh yeah, that'd be rough.
So until a monkey's about 10 to 12 years old,
Yeah.
they don't. It's like a full-time job.
Yeah.
Plus diapers aren't cheap.
Yeah, diapers aren't cheap.
The preemie diapers were outrageous. Even though they were
when they're babies,
they were
you
half
have to
the
feed
size.
them like on a schedule. You have to be up like every 3 hours and feed them on.
Yeah, so for 6
the
months,
schedule.
it was a 24-hour a day job to feed him, because it takes an hour and 40 minutes to feed him, and then it takes an hour and 40 minutes to make the actual formula where the enzymes can actually, like they call it, cellular multiply into live bacteria.
Yeah.
And then it takes 30 minutes for it to cool down to a temperature. So when you're done feeding him, you have to start the process all over again.
Yeah.
So it was about a 4-person job. So there was 4 or 5 people taking care of him when he was a baby.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was.
Don't buy a monkey,
Don't buy a
everyone.
monkey. If you're gonna buy a monkey, buy a marmoset monkey.
And buy a bunch of them so they have friends.
Yeah. I think this restaurant's here somewhere. It's just past California.
Sounds like Todd is ready for father.
Here's all the prostitutes
Put a
on
ring in.
Union Avenue.
Oh. Apparently this area is a few people that walk the streets at night as a means of employment, yeah, income.
Female streetwalkers.
We're still in Bakersfield, California. I'm flying to LA, or just outside LA today. You watch Jamie Staples? Yeah, he's from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, right? Poker player. I've seen his streams.
Ask him who watches Dan Bilzerian, the poker player.
Who?
Dan Bilzerian.
Dan Bilzerian. Oh, I've heard of him. I think people have pretty strong opinions on that guy.
Yeah, they do.
He's a bit of a character.
Yeah.
Go one state over and that's legal, however hitchhiking is not. Yeah, we went to Nevada. Yeah, prostitution is a bit more legal. But
Do you want to go to El Sombrero instead?
Are they open?
Yeah, this is like Costuming House.
Are you sure you don't
Yeah.
want to go
Oh,
there?
they're closed, it says.
Oh.
that's early for a restaurant.
This part of town they kind of get.
Oh yeah.
This is the signal then.
Yeah. We effed for a minute, but hopefully you guys can hear me now. Saved? Alright, we're good. I like that you guys notify me. Whenever the signal cuts, I just get a bunch of F's in chat. There's F, 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 F.
Oh, really?
Just means the stream's down. And then when it comes back, you get some saved.
Also, it brings it up for you.
Yeah, and it tells me the poor connection. Yeah. We're finding a restaurant somewhere. Some kind of Mexican restaurant, right?
We're on here, El Sombrero.
El Sombrero. I'm not supposed to tell you guys where I'm going. I've been told this. My moderators are trying to get me to not notify everyone where I am at.
Hi! I'm not his wife, I'm his girlfriend.
Yeah, we talked.
My
About
wife's
rain.
my wife's at home.
Todd, I'll cut you.
My
I don't think
girlfriend's-
we're allowed any violence on the stream, so please no cutting anyone.
You got lucky this time.
See, you guys keep everyone safe. You keep me safe when I'm hitchhiking, and you keep Todd safe when he says something.
So what are those, like little emojis?
Yeah, little emojis that people can show. So, spun around. Yeah, just girl waving. Eventually, we'll have our own Hitch Live. A little picture there. Someone made one for the stream. It's like a thumbs up, and I eat.
Alright, they're open.
They're open. We're good. All right, we're eating.
At least it knows all the girls work here.
Oh yeah.
You know all the girls that work here.
Do you know all the girls here?
Yeah, that's who you went to school with.
Oh, Vanessa.
That was
And
Escalade.
Sunny.
They always ask questions. So they'll probably ask questions about this thing I've got here.
Abierto.
Thank you.
You like Mexican food?
You guys okay with this being around while we're...
Can we get like an extra bowl of these too? They're so good. Thank you.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's fine.
We're okay.
We're from Bakersfield.
You got your chips and salsa?
And you got a signal. Okay. We safe? Alright. Chips salsa.
You always get extra chips and salsa.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mucho caliente.
Alright, welcome back to Hitch Live, where we actually just eat food all the time. You rarely see me hitchhiking, I just sit here and eat.
How are you? No, come on in.
Can I start you with something?
Agua for me?
Water. With lemon, please.
I'll just stick to water too. Thank you.
Are their girlfriend's boobs real? No, they're not. They're not real.
They're real huge.
They're real full with saline.
Don't get too excited now.
I'm sorry. I'm not gonna lie.
It's suspense, honey. You gotta.
She was so shy and not talking to us before. Well, as we've warmed up to the stream.
Because I was hangry.
Yeah. See?
The food here is spicy.
You're not you when you're hungry. That's why you gotta eat a Snickers, because it satisfies you and makes
I
you.
don't think I ever missed a class since you were my teacher.
Did you drink a lot of water in Trevor? In Russia, Trevor? No, they don't drink water there. They actually just drink vodka. So,
Vodka.
Vodka. Thank you.
All right, gracias.
You still need some time to look
you
it
guys
all
know
over.
what's good here? You guys?
The chili verde wet burrito is phenomenal.
What do you normally like?
I like pretty much everything. I eat everything. What was it?
The chili verde wet burrito.
Okay. Yeah, we're ready.
Yeah. What do you want, baby?
The ground beef tostada.
Ground beef tostada. How basic can you be? Could have got that at Taco Bell.
napkin, okay?
No sour cream. And then does it come with beans in the bottom? Can I do pot beans and rice? Thank you.
I'll do a wet burrito as well.
Thank you. Seriously, only vodka? It's true. Russians don't actually have water. They only drink vodka.
Did Todd pay for the booze?
You heard it first here.
Of course.
She's basic and Todd's griping. Todd, get her a ring. I am super basic. I'm a really basic white girl that gets starved every day.
I hope you don't mind. This is the internet. They're a little unfiltered sometimes.
I love it. And no, Todd didn't pay for them.
Yes, I did.
Oh, really?
Really?
No, I didn't.
With all this eating in the USA, have you put on any fat? Nope, I've lost weight on this trip. I can tell because I have to use an extra ring on my belt. I always lose weight when I travel.
Oh, pumpkin spice.
I live for pumpkin spice
I
latte.
thought she was calling you pumpkin spice out there, Blair.
Oh, pumpkin?
But yeah, I always lose weight. Like, you might see me eating quite a bit, but that's probably like my only significant meal of the day. And with the amount I walk and stuff, I should be eating like 3,000 calories or maybe more. And I'm not. Do you Insta your Starbucks?
I Insta my Starbs when I put it on an airplane wing. I try to make it look cool and not basic. Or if I do an unrealistic amount of shots, like 6 shots, then I'll post it.
Like, you said basic, but she flies planes. That's pretty cool.
That's pretty not basic.
Yeah, that's the opposite.
But I am a teacher and that's pretty basic.
Like, when you get Big Trevor, get a super HD phone. Right now we're just running in standard definition. We could make it look pretty, but the service around here isn't reliable enough to run it at a higher resolution and a higher bitrate. You picked up Hitchhikers before, right?
Yep.
Lots?
Not a lot of lots, but few.
Yeah.
Does she have any single sisters? If she did, they'd be taken too.
I don't, I just have a brother.
He's kind of like a sister.
Thanks for teaching other
What'd they
little
say?
kids to not, what?
Not be little what? I
Little
can't.
shits.
Oh yeah.
Right?
They try really hard.
Is that what you tell them? Don't
What?
be a little shit. Does that work?
In a filtered version.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of cool because now, like, I teach my kids about airplanes.
Yeah.
We had a whole unit, and we were reading the book Hatchet, if any of you guys have ever read the book before. And it's about a small airplane crash and how a 12-year-old boy gets stranded in the forest.
Yeah.
But I taught them all the airplane parts so they know, like, how to identify, like, fuselage and wings, and it was cool. I'm in 6th grade. I'm self-contained, so I teach all the subjects.
What's your favorite subject to teach?
Not math, that's for sure.
Fish to swim.
Yeah. We did. We actually read the book Hidden Figures in our first unit, and so we did teach a little bit about space, but we don't go super in depth about it. But we touch on it about like NASA.
Beat us a chip. That's what it said.
Yeah, that's alright. Check donuts. Did I miss one? Oh, holy. To the Hitch Flying Social Eating Stream, enjoy pal. Have some salsa and chips on me. Thanks, Ty.
Oh, that's cool.
I used to work with him in Canada. Thank you so much,
Very
Ty.
cool.
I'll have the lobster.
Thank you, Ty. I appreciate
That's
that.
so
Thank you for
cool.
supporting me and the stream. It's much appreciated. Sorry I missed that on the stream.
Give us
Thanks for
salsa
scrolling.
too, Todd. What the F? Give him some salsa.
I think they want the combination of the two.
Oh. It's really cool.
Yeah. I find it really strange still that people see my content and want to like give me anything. But it's cool that you guys really like to do that. Thank you. Now you guys are hungry? 40 USD, which is about 4,000 CAD. That's about the right conversion. It's it's 100 to 1. Or, yeah. You don't like lemon?
Yeah, not a lot.
Was I worried about the vampire guy? Not really. I screened them before I got in the car, like I talked to them, and I could tell they were odd, but I didn't think they were dangerous. And that continued to be my impression the whole way. I never felt threatened by them, but they were very odd. For those of you that haven't seen that, there'd be a clip up there or a VOD up there of these interesting fellows that picked me up in a van and drove me for 2.5 hours. I guess you never saw that.
Well, no, I didn't see it.
You gotta see it. Pretty cool.
What, you're making Bakersfield world famous? They called it the armpit of California. So, Bakersfield Tourism, can you sponsor this stream?
I try to refer to it as home, but a lot of people call it the armpit.
It's not all bad.
Right? Like, you guys like this restaurant, right? The highlight.
It's
You
authentic.
didn't really take him into like the town, huh?
Yeah.
Well, you drove through it when you dropped right.
Well, not the really where we used to live though.
These are like the outskirts.
Yeah. Well, is there like a downtown, like, it seems this whole city is like built out rather than anywhere up. Like, they don't really, it's not like high density, they just kind of spread out.
It's spreading out.
The downtown is small high rises, but like on the west side of town where we used to live, a majority of the homes go from like $1 million up to $3 million. But that's kind of it's a small part out on some end of town.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm gonna make a fool of myself eating this.
Alright, thank you.
So slide it down.
Does it smell like chili whack? Yeah, probably.
So I'll slide it. There we go.
That is a big plate. Thank you so much.
Gracias, señorita.
Can I have chips? You are fine.
Yes, please.
Yes. Can I also get you some more water?
Yes, and then can we get it set up too?
Couple
A
points.
couple forks.
This looks really good. This looks pretty hearty.
Oh boy.
I'll be full for a day.
Hopefully they have a bathroom on the one.
Open a window.
Hey, you gonna come to the stream after I leave?
Heck yeah.
What is it?
Like, once I leave, they want to know if you're gonna come back and
Oh, yeah.
chat and
Yeah,
see where I'm at.
most definitely.
They've got my business card, so. I find it funny that I'm a hitchhiker with a business card.
I think it's so cool. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, ma'am. God is good, God is great. Thinks you need something to eat. There you go.
Dear Lord, baby Jesus.
Dear Lord, baby Jesus, we thank you for this meal that we're about to receive.
Give Todd mods? What is mod?
You got like special powers in chat, so you, like if someone's saying something, you can like
Oh, it's moderator?
time the note, yeah. Yeah, moderator. Get special powers, but with great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah, true.
But
I would take out only the non-bad stuff.
We would really love to remain Hendrix's friend. Oh, baby, we love you. Maybe you could create a stream too.
You're my only friend, Abba Zabba.
Yes, enjoy.
Thank you. Okay, so what is that up there? They're sending you that, like pictures or something?
This thing up there, that's it's just a notification that pops up on the stream when someone follows it. So they'll follow it, and then they'll be notified when I go online in the future. It's kind of like they watch the stream, they find it interesting enough that they might want to watch it again, so they follow it so they can know when the stream's.
They asked a question about what, Calgary? Did Todd say he's from Calgary?
No, I was responding to a question about someone brought up. Jamie Staples is the other streamer who plays poker, but in Calgary, Alberta. But no, they're from here, Bakersfield, California. Oops.
Babe, someone wants you to adopt them.
Where do I sign?
Yeah, people are saying they'd watch your stream. You can start live streaming. They send me another. You hate Calgarians? Why? Calgarians are great. Someone has a man crush on
Aww. Isn't he so handsome?
Can't tell what we're eating in 360p. What do you call this?
Chili Verde burrito.
Chili Verde burrito. There you go.
What do you think?
It's really good.
You like yours?
Yes.
How do you have this
I've
one,
been
right?
eating this exact same plate for like 10 years. I've never changed.
Like every time you come here?
Every time I'm here.
I might tell you guys about this place after we leave, but I've been told several times by my moderators to stop telling people where I am. The internet they'll like all the restaurants you're at, like to troll people and like, yeah.
They will?
Yeah.
Wait, I don't get it. Like, who will troll you?
Just anybody, you never know.
Like people from around the world can watch this. Anyone can find this, and
But the
people
people
find
will
it
call
funny
the restaurants?
and like make up something to make some kind of scene, or sometimes they'll call the police and stuff like that.
Really?
Oh yeah, remember that guy that was doing the college or the game one?
Yeah, yeah.
Have you had any trolls yet?
No, like trollish people in chat, yes, but that's just when you have
Like,
a
what's the
public
worst
forum.
comment
It's
you've
to be
received?
expected.
Yeah, you expect it. I don't think I've had anything that bad. The worst things people say is just like they've been disrespectful to the people picking me up before, or saying me rude stuff. And I don't want that in my chat because this person went out of their way to help out a complete stranger, and like I hold them in very high regards, and I don't want them to invite me into the car, let me film them, and then my platform, if they look at it, is like being disrespectful to them.
They said you're the world's slowest eater.
Oh yeah. Because I get distracted by these guys.
Fork to mouth, Trev. Fork to mouth.
Thank you for reminding me to eat, because I forget.
Yeah, do you have an end goal in mind? Like, do you have a place that, or do you think you might just kind of wander?
What I've been saying this whole time is I'm going to do this until I no longer enjoy it. I no longer find, like, I'm no longer happy by what I'm doing, or I run out of money. So I quite enjoy this, and I like having you guys around. So that's not coming anytime soon, and apparently with donations like Ty and stuff like that, donating $40 US, the money problem won't come back.
Never arouses.
Yeah. We're going forever, everyone. Is the meal good? Meal's excellent.
He's used to smaller meals, like a Kit Kat bar.
Kit Kat bar. I eat Snickers bars. We're trying to get that Snickers sponsorship.
Oh yeah.
They said you're almost finished, babe. I think it's because you took up all the cheese off your burrito. You haven't even dug in.
I'm getting there.
Todd's a slow eater.
I'm a fat boy.
And Todd will not mix his food. He has to eat every portion individually.
Why do you make fun of me?
I'm not, I'm just giving a fact. Do you mix your foods, or do you eat?
Yeah, I mix. Well,
I mean, not mix, but like, will you take like a bite of rice? And, yeah. He won't do that.
Yeah, just sometimes.
No, babe.
Yeah.
It's not a bad thing. It's a preference.
Lovely,
Yes,
thank you.
thank you. Is it quite lovely?
Yeah. mix my foods together sometimes, you know.
You said you're a very methodical eater. You are. When he eats pancakes, he cuts a perfect hole in the center of them, and then he'll only eat that portion. He leaves the whole portion around it. Same with it. Didn't you do that with a You would do that with his hamburgers too.
Never did it with a hamburger.
Yeah, but you cut your hamburger
Do that with
down, and you have to eat like half and half.
It's a respectable way to eat it.
Yeah, no, I'm a slob. He's really like.
She is.
Yes, please. Yes. He has really good table manners, and I have none.
Very true.
Do you eat pizza crusts?
With a fork? No, I do.
Okay.
I do.
And bread crusts?
Just depends if my hands are clean or not.
Yeah.
It's,
These guys keep up with my hygiene. They always tell me to wash my hands before I
Thank you.
eat. So I'm hitchhiking outside all day, and then I'll like go somewhere and get
shaking
a
hands and
burger.
touching cars, yeah.
Yeah, and then they're like, "No, Trevor, wash the hands." I'm like, "Thank you. You guys are keeping me healthy."
Do you eat a burger with a knife and fork, Todd?
No,
Not usually.
not usually.
If it's wrapped in paper, he's fine, right? Because you just don't want your hands to touch it. Oh, that's kind
Have a
of
low
gross.
white blood cell count.
Mine's a taco salad. Theirs are wet burritos.
No one's saying my friend.
I'll tell you where we're at after.
Unless you guys want to call in with a credit card payment for the.
They asked if you're a germaphobe, babe. Germaphobe.
No, I'm just highly aware of the surrounding of germs in this world.
Germs are really good for you.
They're
Keeps your
really
immune
excited
system
that
in.
you're eating so fast.
I know. I'm really focusing on trying to eat this, and I hope you guys are proud of me. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
The shell is the best part.
What did it say? Todd gives me goosebumps. What is it? Scroll
Where?
down. Scroll down is a touch. Right there.
So Todd's a germaphobe.
Oh, that's goosebumps.
Todd gives me
I was like, what? I was like, well, you're welcome.
Wow.
See, in my view, if I'm exposing myself to like dirt and a bit of germs here and there, it keeps my immune system primed. It's always ready. Because it always has to fight something, you know?
Try working with 6th graders all day.
Yeah. She's got it rougher than me as a hitchhiker.
Woo, baby.
You're proud of me in general. Thank you. Twitchinery. Scott, how did the potential plane ride come about? Well, we already flew one plane, but we were going to fly in a different plane. Todd picked me up hitchhiking yesterday evening, and now I've been hanging out with him for over 24 hours now.
36 hours.
So that's how it came about. He picked me up hitchhiking, and now we're flying. Have you taken a hitchhiker flying before?
Never.
Never.
But I am an enthusiast, so I try to convince everybody to become a pilot.
Yeah.
Everyone I meet.
And it's probably a pretty slippery slope.
Yeah.
Once you have a few flights under your belt, it's kind of fall into the.
The passion,
Yeah.
or the obsession.
The obsession,
The fun,
yeah.
the obsession.
Try working at the airport.
Yeah.
Kids are pretty. Airport too. Kids are pretty dirty.
Yeah. Kids are dirty. But the airport is probably dirtier. I will agree with you. Because you get kids and adults of all,
Everything.
everything.
Well, if you hate me, you probably have a pretty strong immune system from that, so it's good. I think adults are more sick than kids. I guess it depends. There's some pretty, well, you saw River and Joseph. That van was a very disgusting place.
Yeah. What is it?
Todd's immune system is fighting off a lot.
Let me just say, it's really good at doing that.
Who said that? That is hilarious. Can I be your friend?
I've been working on that immune system for years.
It's just getting stronger and stronger.
Almost 20.
That is hilarious. So what do you think?
The food? It's really good. Yeah. I'm a hitchhiker who eats out of garbage sometimes. It's like super fine dining.
It's the finer things in life.
Yeah.
Did you like yours? You should get pot beans. You don't like pot beans, huh?
Any more water?
A little bit more, please.
Yes, please, thank you.
What'd they say?
They drink a lot more water than I do.
We're like camels. She stores it in her humps.
Poor Todd. Not poor Todd. Wow, Todd. Yeah, wow, Todd.
Which part?
I don't know. So did you tell them where you stayed last night? Do you
Not
give
where.
out information like that?
I don't give up that information. They don't know where you live. I didn't stream that. I didn't tell them even the area.
But I mean, did you tell them you stayed with us?
Yeah, I told them to stay at your place. Yeah.
That was really crazy. Oh, yes, thank you. I mean, for me, like for my boyfriend to bring home
Yeah.
someone that he just met that day
Yeah.
on the side of the road.
Thank you for being okay with that. I don't know if you were okay.
She's
with
like, what? You bring home a hitchhiker?
It was
I'm like, yeah,
you
that's
know,
not
you
good.
get vibes from people, and like, I get real nervous and scared about
They
things.
asked how we met. We met her in El Pollo Loco.
We did not meet at El Pollo Loco. We met at the fair.
Something
We
like
had a first date at El Pollo Loco because we was fancy.
that. No, this is where you were at. I was trying to creep.
Yeah.
I was 27 and she was 18.
We are not 9 years apart.
Well, it felt like that with your maturity level.
No. I was 19 and he was 24. We're 5 years apart. Were you scared? Were they asking if we're scared about coming to my house?
Yeah.
Something from hitchhiking in the outskirts of LA, Mid-State Fair. Not Mid-State Fair, Kern County Fair. But we do love the Mid-State Fair.
Coming up 2 weeks.
2 months?
Mid-State Fair?
Mid-State's in August, babe.
Oh.
What were you saying
Or
about?
July.
I thought we were in March already.
You were saying something about.
We're in April.
I'm just messing with you.
Stop! I'm sorry, what?
You're saying something about meeting new people and like being concerned about that the other day.
Oh yeah, no. So I don't know. It was weird. Like the second, first of all, if he's okay with it, I know his judgment call is always like.
Yeah.
I've traveled through every place
He's
in
not gonna put
Afghanistan.
us in
I've stayed in
danger.
places that are so
Yeah.
I have a good,
Judge
kind of
Carey.
good judge of character.
Yeah.
So I trusted him, and then when I met you, I was like, oh my gosh,
She was like,
we're having a
"Hey."
sleepover, a little slumber party with someone I just met 5 minutes ago.
But
It's awesome.
you got a good vibe from me too.
Yes. Oh my god, it's super cool. But I just went right to sleep. If I would have not, I would have been tossing and
He
turning.
said, Mid-State Fair and Paso Robles, I live here. I might see you guys.
Did it make it easier to accept Trevor in the house? What? It cut off.
Paso Robles is a nice place. I'll be there on the 12th at the airport with my plane.
We just went wine tasting there for my birthday in February. Into your house once you talk. Yes. No, honestly, yeah, it did. But I was already like trusting because I trust Todd's judgment, and I know he'll never put us in harm's way.
Have a good night, guys.
Never in a million years would you have guessed something like this would come from hitchhiking on the outskirts of LA. I agree.
I
So
think
thank you,
you're
Todd.
still really cool for doing that.
Like for like for pulling over
Well,
and
of course
like
I'm really cool. You didn't already know that?
And he had
Todd
like
is really
he
cool.
had like half a second because I was in a bad spot right around the corner, like
Really?
leaning onto the road, and he's just
Really?
like split second there. Because
he's got those eyes though. He'll
he
catch
does have
that.
good eyes, much better than me. Like when we're driving, he's like
He's got.
points something out, and I'm like, can't see that yet. Let's wait till we get a little closer.
He'll catch a coin in the road. Hey, we gotta go back. There's money in the road. I'm like, what? How'd you
Or
even
like diamond
know?
rings, like because girls always have their diamond on their left hand,
Yeah,
or they hang it out the window.
yeah.
So if they're on the fast lane, there's always diamond rings in the fast lane of the freeway, and I always try to find them and return them.
You found a few
This is
diamonds.
not the
Oh, yeah.
first hitchhiker that Todd's picked up, but it is the first. Is this the first one you let in your car?
It's the first one I picked up in probably 3 or 4 years.
No,
I
you
did-
picked up the
I
ones
did tell
from
Todd
Laredo.
about the police interaction yesterday.
Oh yeah, so out so one time I always drive past on the way home from work. Sometimes I pass by a prison, and they let prisoners out like at 7 o'clock at night, which in the wintertime it's dark, and I used to always give the prisoners rides home. People are like, you picking up prisoners? I'm like, well, they need a ride, man. They're trying to. I guess they would be prisoners at that point.
Someone said, can we have a choice of Todd's eyes? What did it say?
We're up here.
Can we have a close up? Babe, give him a close up of your eyes.
They're
He's
green.
got gorgeous eyes, and they change with the color of his shirt.
They do?
When you wear blue, they look more blue, and when you wear green, they look more green.
I don't know.
Show him.
It might be hard to see.
It's because I'm a
with
freak.
the-
Zoom in,
It's because I'm a
Todd.
freak of nature.
Zoom in. Don't be shy.
Are you happy, Chad? Are
Take
you
a
happy?
picture, Lynn. Says, does the young girl have a name?
Elise.
Yep, Mexican food. Didn't expect him to do streaming. We got a late start. We were kind of busy all day.
Put a ring on it, Todd. Yeah, put a ring on it, Todd.
Put a muzzle on it.
That's gonna be my next gift is a muzzle. I just got lost.
Or a ball gag.
We haven't set this stream to mature, everyone, so forget you heard.
This is a consensual stream.
Todd saw the camera
didn't
and
see the
wanted
camera.
some airtime and stuff.
I didn't see it when he pulled it. I was like, oh no. Hide the bad stuff.
Shut up. I usually got lost in those eyes of his. I get lost in them every day.
Is this a girl saying this?
You
I don't
can't
know,
tell
they
on
put
the
a rainbow.
internet.
Oh.
Even if they say they're a girl, you never know if they actually are a girl.
Yeah, you never. Catfish.
Did the not murder a site help? What? Oh, your sign.
Yeah.
This sign that says south, and it says not
You
murder
said
site.
he didn't
I
see
didn't.
it.
No, he didn't see that till
But when
we
he
were
got in the
like,
car, I saw it. He was holding it.
because
Can I
it's
bring
on,
my tea?
it's on the back side of my south sign. So when the police pulled over for me too and were hassling me about hitchhiking, they saw
They were
the south sign.
hassling you?
Yeah, they're saying I couldn't be there, and I'm like, I could be here. He said that you can't hitchhike at all in the state of California. I'm like, I can. More politely, we were just
Yeah.
talking. But yeah, I had my south sign, but I was just kind of holding it like this. And he's like, "What's your sign say?" Because he saw the other side. I'm
Yeah.
like, "Oh, shit. Not a
about
murder."
that?
I didn't make it. I swear. It wasn't my idea.
She sounded very sexy woman.
Kappa. Kappa means that face is like a.
I'm a catfish. Todd loves catfish.
More of a bluegill kind of guy.
Does that show still run? That was a funny show.
I'm an ogre, is that what it says?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Everyone keeps that. We're still in. Sorry, what's the city called again? One more time.
Bakersfield.
Bakersfield. Specifically this restaurant, I'm not going to tell you till we leave. Because my moms have told me that that's what I should do. And I believe they're right. Because they know everything. And I don't know anything about streaming.
So, how did you like it?
It was excellent, thank you.
Alright, you're welcome.
He said, ask
Is
her
there
now
something
on
else that
stream.
you like?
I don't think so. I think that's everything.
This is super fun. I would want to do this all day, stalk people, and go see cool things.
Stalk people?
There's 68 of us. Is there 68 of them?
72 according to this little thing there next to
Bakersfield is
I
a dump.
can't see how, so that's cool.
But at least
No,
you
it's
got
okay.
Good,
Don't.
at least you got good food.
It was a dump.
He must have.
Y'all having dessert?
He
Damn, I
must have
missed
visited
the thing.
Bakersfield.
Take a flying, fake crashing, and then pop it. You know what? That actually happened on someone else's. A guy did that. He's like, we're going down. He's like, brace yourself. And she's like,
It's called Crash Landing Proposal. It's on YouTube.
yeah, super cute.
It scared the girl so bad though. It was like obnoxious.
We're actually at 69 now, everyone. 69.
That's Trevor's favorite number. Besides 420. No.
I'm from Vancouver Island. 420 is pretty widespread. Everyone grows it there. But I actually don't even smoke weed everywhere, so. The more you know.
Right in the deal.
Lived in Fresno. You're from San Diego. I have a friend in Fresno.
Which part of San Diego?
That's La Jolla, the one that he mentioned.
Yeah.
La Jolla's in
Earlier.
San Diego.
Yeah. Crash landing proposal. WTF. It's 420 and 710. Oh, it's on area code 710.
Country code would be 710. That'd be 701.
North County
Crashing's
Fallbrook.
fun.
Is that San Diego?
Oh, Fallbrook, yeah.
Crashing's fun.
Oh, Temecula.
What is
What
it?
is it? On his knees asking the question, this date in history.
Oh yeah, there's only one thing gonna be on our knees here. It's not gonna be me.
Todd,
I'm just speaking the truth.
you can't get nasty like that.
I'm probably ready for us to leave.
Head no.
Head into the car.
All right. Got everything. All right, we good.
He's live streaming around the world.
From Canada. Yeah. And sure.
It's all live.
Oh yeah. So these are all people watching, and they can see and talk. There's 72 people watching.
So are you from here?
Canada.
Oh, you're from Canada.
Yeah. Yeah.
How's that going for you?
Great. Really good. I've hitchhiked in 25 countries. I've been picked up over 700 times. That's why this is here. I want to show people what hitchhiking's like. And then, you know, people like Todd pick you up and took me flying. So, like, yeah, it's a good time.
You need a receipt? So did you like the Mexican food here?
It was really good. And I will tell them about the location once I leave. Yeah, aren't you guys proud? I ate that so fast. Usually it takes me 2 hours to eat anything. Because I keep talking to you.
Thank you. You guys have a good night, okay?
See ya.
Have fun.
Oh, I will. Always do.
Here's a good life for kind of this and that. You used to get a big sign here about this place. There it is.
It's called El Sombrero. Back to the airport. Oh. Honestly, I've been surprised with how chill people have been. Oh, my seat's way back. Sorry. I didn't realize
That's
that.
okay.
It does that sometimes. You get out, it's all of a sudden.
Yeah.
You know what's weird though? It's only done that 3 times ever.
Yeah.
It's every time I come to this restaurant.
Really?
I swear to God. I swear to God, it's weird.
But, and again, thank you for dinner. You've
Welcome.
spoiled me for the past 36 hours. Just
Pay it forward. Pay it forward.
Yes. Is the truck a Power Stroke diesel?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
2017 F-250 Ford.
For a diesel truck, it's very quiet. I didn't even think it was a diesel when I heard it. Oh. Really? Merc DH has one too. Has a Power Stroke.
It's a great
Ford. 2005. There you go.
I've always been a Chevy fan. My last Chevy truck, which was the similar model in GM, and man, it just had so many problems. And I traded an airplane for it, so.
Yeah, I've never heard of someone trading an airplane for a truck, so I thought that was pretty cool.
Trading a used airplane from the 60s for a brand new
2015,
truck.
sorry. Yeah, 2015. I misspoke.
That's a good one too. The 15's
Yeah.
the updated engine.
Someone says Chevys are way better.
I was
Wow.
always been a Chevy fan, and even owning, working close to the repair shop, it was like I was always a Chevy fan. But after getting this, I've had 0 disappointments, and I've put it to the test. It just has not let me down yet.
Yeah.
My last truck let me down the first day I bought it. The second week, the third week, and
Every week after.
it was a waste.
Yeah. Asked Todd if he flips planes on the regular. What do you say? You have had like 40, 50 planes in the past 5
I
years?
can say I probably had 50 airplanes in my lifetime. It's probably not 50. It's probably more like somewhere in the 38 or 44. I have to go count. But I don't flip them for an income. It's mainly if I really want an airplane, I buy it, I enjoy it, and then when I'm done, I sell it and buy something different.
Yeah.
The airplane's a hard market. When you want a vintage airplane, it's hard to go, and you can't just go to a car lot and say, I'm gonna go test drive one here and buy one there. You gotta, some of these airplanes they only made 10 of.
Yeah.
So you find something you want, you gotta jump on it.
On my Instagram linked below, I posted a couple of pictures of a couple of his planes in a hangar from before, if you want to see a few other ones. No, he's never had a jet, right?
I had a long time ago.
Oh, you did
I
have a
was
jet?
partner.
Okay. Oh, partner, okay.
And it was a waste of money. I'm not fancy by any means. I'm just a
Yeah.
normal person that lives in a non-normal lifestyle.
And has a Ferrari. At least his family has a Ferrari. That's a good question. What's your best flying story you have?
My best flying story.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's a pretty broad question, being you've flown since you were a kid.
I would say the scariest one, I told you this story yesterday.
Yeah.
There's a show in California called Operation Repo. And it's not the airplane repo, it's the repo show with the repo cars. But it's the really big Hispanic guy on there. His name's Lou, he's a buddy of mine. So he had a seaplane for sale in Whiteman, California. And I went up there and flew it. Well, the mechanic that had charged him all this money to do repairs to it never did the repairs, but charged him the money. So of course we get in the airplane thinking that it's ready to go, and it lost an engine on takeoff, and we were just within feet of landing and not destroying the airplane and possibly dying. And I got out. My knees were shaking so bad I could barely walk. But you live and you learn. That was my younger days.
It's like, what would you actually do to, like, I don't know, make sure that doesn't happen at this point? If you were buying a plane, like, how do you know that the mechanic?
Extensive checking.
Okay.
All I wanted to do was go land it out in the Long Beach Harbor and have a good time. That was my main part of my mind.
Yeah.
I should have, But then again, an airplane mechanic is licensed and supposed to have taken an oath to do the right thing, and he didn't. He was taking money and not doing what he said. So needless to say, I almost whooped his ass, but decided just to leave before it got really out of hand.
Someone just said, "Did you see the crap out of the guy for not fixing the plane?" But no. They got away with it.
The owner of the airplane actually didn't know. The owner of the airplane is a really great guy, and he ended up selling the airplane a month later. But the mechanic is the one that has 100% of the blame.
Yeah, because you said there's like receipts and stuff for all this work he's done, but when you actually checked it out, none of that had been done.
Yeah, he had produced the receipts to the owner, which of course was a successful director that directed movies, and reality TV shows. So the mechanic assumed he was just loaded with money and he's just going to bill him and he's going to pay it, which he did. He paid these bills, but never actually worked on the airplane. But I lived through it, and I'm glad that I did, because the next pilot might not have lived through it. So the next guy that would have came and bought him, he might have crashed and died. So maybe my near-death experience saved someone's life. I don't know.
That mechanic should be banned forever. It's outrageous. That is pretty outrageous. And when you're flying a plane, like, there's a lot more, I don't know, like, if something goes wrong and you're 1,000 feet in the air, you've got a lot of potential energy, where if your car just breaks down, the engine cuts out, you can kind of just coast out. In a plane, well, in a really light plane, you can coast.
Yeah, so you have essentially, you have 1-to-1 all the way up to 150-to-1. And depending on the airplane, for every mile high you are, or for every 1,000 feet high, you can glide 1 mile. And then for some airplanes, if you're 1,000 feet high, you can glide 150 miles, which that would be a real lightweight, high-end glider.
Yep.
But for most single-engine airplanes, I believe I think it's like 3-to-1, 3-to-1, 2-to-1, somewhere around there, depending on the airplane weight, as well as how many people are in it, how much fuel.
Yeah.
So most people, they normally cruise, 35 to 4,500 feet. So if you lose an engine at that altitude, you're going to always land somewhere safe as long as you stick to procedure and you don't panic. But there's times that I fly at about 500 feet off the ground, because of course, you can't really see girls in bikinis at 1,000 feet. So, sorry, babe. She's giving me the stink eye.
That's happened a few times this evening.
There's the airplane, if they can see it in the, you can turn the camera, I'll put my high beams on it.
Okay. This is the plane we'll be flying later. This guy here. Can you guys see it? 1942. 3.
Yeah. She's a beauty.
Stay tuned. That's what we're doing later. Two flights in one day. That's crazy.
Mom. Hey. Huh?
I'll show you another airplane of mine.
Alright, we're gonna check out another one of his airplanes.
I only have the key.
What'd you say you had? Like 15 planes? 14 planes?
Yeah, I think I have 14.
14 planes.
We're on his live
Maybe 15. I don't have to count.
Uh-huh.
I had 21 3 months ago.
Yeah, sold a few.
It was obnoxious. I had to sell a few of them.
Yeah.
Let me make sure I get the key to this thing. I haven't been in here in years.
In years?
Years.
Yeah, some guy abducted the child. Isn't that Kessinger? What's her name? Kyle's mother? Yeah. The baby?
Well, sadly, it's weird.
You flew a truck once, it's in the scrapyard now.
Blew it up.
Good one. Todd met anyone at Skunk Works. Isn't that like space something like a
Skunk Works?
Yeah, isn't that?
I'm not too sure. Skunk Works.
I feel like that's something to do with the space industry, isn't it?
I know.
Skunk Works.
It's so disgusting.
That was a missile company. Skunk
Oh,
Works.
maybe it's.
That
Oh,
one I saw that, I think.
Maybe.
yeah. No, I think that might. I think you're right. I think that's defense something.
That might have been Scud Works.
Oh, Scud. We're seeing if we can get into a hangar to see another plane. If you want to see other planes, Instagram below. There's other
We're
planes.
just at the airport. And then we're gonna go home. He's gonna get a flight out of here. Yeah, and then they're gonna
Made this SR-71 U2. So, okay. It did sound familiar. I was wrong. SR-71's almost a space plane. It flies very high.
Yeah, because Todd's already going there to Schultz.
We're flying from Bakersfield to Los Angeles, or near it. Part of Lockheed Martin. Okay.
Okay, I'll text you when I get home.
Chat, you always fill me in with all the information. $10-minute flight. Apparently, it's a 35 to 40-minute flight. Oh, looks like it's open. Let's check out the plane. Nice. Another plane.
Watch the Black Widow. There's another one right here.
There is one?
Yeah, it's right there.
Oh. Do you guys want to see a Black Widow spider? Oh, that's a large web.
See right there?
Let's see how close I can get with it. Touching it. Right at it. Can't see because chat. Chat, where am I? Oh, there it is. You see that guy right there? It's pretty scary looking. Oh, you knocked it.
Oh, but it's down.
Yeah, that makes sense, man.
There'll be more than one.
Yeah.
So I bought this thing about almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Sitting
Yeah, you can tell it's been sitting.
ever since.
It's got a bit of dust on it. So this one's not airworthy?
It is. It seems to be clean.
Oh, okay.
It's here, I'll show you. So you can see how it's clean.
Oh, yeah. It's just covered in dust. Because it sat here for 10 years.
It's dusty.
Yeah. The stream didn't like the spider.
I fucking hate it. Well, this is a Piper J3 Cub.
Piper J3 Cub.
1940.
1940.
Here's the actual. This is your fuel gauge.
Really?
Yeah. So
Wait,
it's got a float on it.
Oh, and it's fully up when it's full, and
Yeah,
then
so
it
it's
slowly
got a-
goes down?
It's got a cork, and when the cork touches,
Yeah.
put
That-
the gas. This would float up.
Yeah.
That tells you how much gas you have.
Yeah.
So every inch is about 10 minutes of flight.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's how you gauge how
Oh,
much
it
time
wouldn't
you
fly
have.
that long then, would it? That was that 15 inches?
Yeah, you might get an hour and 30 minutes out of it,
Okay.
which is slow. It only goes about
Yeah.
70 miles an hour. Well, I'll shut this down.
All right. What do you think? Another plane, Black Widow.
needs a Spitfire. We were talking about all World War II military planes, and I think he was saying they're like 3.5 million or something like that, and like every part on them is so expensive, and you're gonna spend like hundreds of thousands of dollars a year just maintaining them, and they break pretty frequently. Yeah, I've got all Todd's contact info, phone number, Instagram, all that. But yeah, it's been a really cool day for me because I've wanted to hitch a ride on a plane for 4 years. Finally get to make that dream come true. Is USA on my top 3 countries hitchhiked yet then? You know what? At this point it might be. But which one would I boot off? That would be the question.
You been to Ukraine yet?
No, I haven't. I'm Ukrainian.
Oh, you are?
My last name, my surname, Daniluk or Daniluk. It's Ukrainian. But I've never been. Have you?
Kyiv, no. I've always wanted to go.
Yeah. That's an interesting country to choose as far as somewhere you want to go.
Yeah, somewhere
What makes you?
I have a friend that always goes there.
Yeah.
So he's always there. I have a really good friend in Moscow. A lot of people I met in Dubai back years ago. They kind of still keep in touch.
Oh yeah.
One lives in Moscow, one lives in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Back at the Humble Bold.
Back to the other hangar.
I've talked it out for audience.
He's at Pyramid Lake, so he's maybe 35 minutes.
Other plane is 35 minutes out. Okay. They didn't see that.
How many followers do you have now?
It's just 60 right now. It's late for everyone because West Coast. Oh, how many followers? Because I've got probably 1,100 followers. Okay.
Yeah,
Viewers? Because most people, it's very late. Because a lot of my viewers are east of here.
Like super late there.
Yeah, so if you're East Coast, it's almost 1 a.m. If you're in Europe, well, it's almost morning. Probably just starting to wake up. Not quite. In a bit you will.
Does anybody want any double golden Oreos?
I'm stuffed. I don't think I could eat anything. Yeah. This is the plane we flew in earlier, if you were here for that. This is the frame for a stunt plane?
Yep.
The one wrapped
The Christian Eagle 2.
Christian Eagle 2.
It's an aerobatic biplane.
Have you flown one before?
No, I've flown a Pitts.
Bips.
Very similar to this airplane, but
Yeah. Another one. Does this one go up very often?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It went about October.
Last flew in October?
Yeah.
Yeah. They got a few planes.
Well, this is a plane. A lot of these planes were built by females.
Yeah.
These planes were fully built in about 2 to 3 days.
When was it around World War II? Like, yeah, because they were just cranking them out, production.
It was a military trainer aircraft.
Oh, okay.
They would train.
That makes sense.
They would train new pilots.
Yeah.
What's going on the live?
This dude lives GTA life. Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah. I actually had to. Never mind.
Yeah.
When I was
we
a
won't talk
kid,
about that
when I was a
here.
kid, my buddy and another buddy of ours, we snuck out their dad's car,
Yeah.
and let's just say the dad, of course, reported his car missing. We got caught driving it. Until they realized that we were, 12 and 13 years old, and we were the owner of the car's kids,
Oh, yeah,
and friends.
Go plane. Have you? You must have skydived before.
I've flown in the skydive plane and flown the skydive plane, but never skydived.
Oh, that's right. You said you're actually afraid of heights, but while you're in the control of a plane,
Yeah.
that manages it.
I won't climb a tall ladder, but
Yeah. Yeah. He won't climb a ladder, but he'll fly any plane.
I'll do some crazy stuff, but
Yeah.
heights is not one of my fans.
Isn't that, I think that's an interesting combination. Afraid of heights, avid pilot.
But
Aviation
I've rock
enthusiast.
climbed. I've done,
Yeah.
100-foot rock jumps into the water and
Yeah.
ocean and stuff.
But that was scary for you.
But changing a light bulb is on top of the hanger is not gonna do the best thing for me.
Yeah. Who's my friend? Are you referring to? Who am I with? This is Todd. He picked me up yesterday, hitchhiking around Ventura.
Yeah, Channel Islands, California.
Yeah. And we hung out for a bit. They invited me back here. They have planes. They took me flying already, and then their friend's gonna fly me to LA in 30 minutes.
35, 40 minutes.
35, 40 minutes.
That guy said he's always, I'm on a tall ladder. It gives me a headache.
I fly just fine, but being on a tall ladder gives me a, yeah, lights. When are we going to the strippers? The rippers? Soon. Stay tuned.
Oh yeah. Babe, call your friends. No.
Make sure to have a nap or something.
Yeah. What's the biggest plane I've piloted? Citation jet.
A what?
A Citation jet.
Yeah.
A buddy of mine bought a brand new Citation jet. It's about a $5 million jet. We flew to Cancun.
Yeah.
We flew to Cancun. I want to go back to the stripper comment.
You got good strippers here?
No.
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 Bakersfield?
Horrible.
No. Gotta go, what, 40-minute flight east to Las Vegas?
Las Vegas. I mean, I wouldn't know. I'm just, hearing from a friend.
Yeah. Dude, that's what we should really do. We should be flying to Las Vegas. I don't think Twitch would approve of us flying to Las Vegas and doing a stream at the Rippers.
So, Todd, you single? You a female? What did it say? Did Todd get to use the pilot shower? I'm lost on the term of that.
I don't know. Pilot shower. Enlighten us. He's not single. Pink Pop just joined.
Pink Pop Todd _ Hendricks. Instagram.
Yeah. He's plugged his Instagram a few times. He's got an Instagram. But he has a girlfriend. Sorry. The pilots always get drunk. You know that, right?
Oh, always. Takes the edge off. Gotta drink for every flight.
Yeah. Popcorn Ray, let's go, Trevor. We've had one flight, but that plane's from 1998. That's a pretty modern plane. Now we're flying 1943 or 1942 plane. That'll be fun. Our on the strip club might not last long. Are you telling me I won't last long, or that the stream won't last long? Because
You can't film in the strip club.
no.
Do you go to Oshkosh Air Show? Yep. I flew my 1936 Stinson Radial to Oshkosh last year in July.
Oh,
Yeah, you told Trevor you could go to most airports and get free showers without getting hassled too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pilot's Lounge.
As long as you're a good person and enthusiast and you want to give back to the cause, they're
Yeah.
more than happy to host you.
Just noticed the cars here. Actually, I guess there's new people here. I'm gonna quickly show them the car.
Yeah.
The Model T. No, it's not a plane. This one stays on the ground, hopefully. If it doesn't stay on the ground, then you've had problems. 1928 Model T Ford. With the jump seat. Sorry that it's not in like better resolution. We're not doing this in HD, but pretty neat. It's not a crank start. Apparently it's a key ignition. You just have to do something with the timing or something.
Key or crank?
Key or oh, you can crank it?
Yeah, you can do one or the other.
Oh, you can crank it. Okay. You can do either. I don't think we're gonna start it up though.
That's you this guy.
Yeah, it's the guy that I worked with. Does he add you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. No, he was my assistant manager at my last job.
Cool.
Yeah. Meet up at EAA this summer.
Yeah. Come on down. I'll be there.
Yeah.
Follow me on Instagram. You'll see my.
Yeah. Follow him on Instagram. See Todd there. It's Wisco Mike from Wisconsin. Do you drink before flights?
You're not. I really don't know. But I do joke around about it, which probably is inappropriate on a pilot's level. But no, I follow the rules as best I can.
Yeah. Always comes back to that.
What?
Oh, is this guy loaded or like what do you do? How do you have
I've done
14
well.
planes? He's done well.
Done well. Hard work.
Yeah. Hard work.
Hard work and passion. At the end of the month, if all you've done is paid your rent and eaten and you have no money in savings, why are you working? Go out and enjoy the world. Do what Trevor's doing.
See the world.
See
Meet
the
people
world.
like Todd.
You never know when a windfall will come your way.
Yeah.
Are you scared of crashing? Of course. Death is my biggest fear.
Yeah. Hook it up. What am I hooking up? We're hooking you guys up? With Todd?
Plan to put a ring on her finger. Time will tell. Time will tell.
It's been 10 years. Give it another 10 or so.
Yeah.
We'll see. But it only took me like probably 730 rides hitchhiking before I got a ride on a plane. So it's like a 1 in 1,000 chance.
It says, would an airbag make a difference in crashes? Yes. Newer, that same airplane right here, it's about 6 years newer. It actually comes with airbags in the seatbelt.
Really?
I don't know if it's going to make a difference because if you crash hard enough to die, an airbag's not going to.
Especially when you're going 300
Yeah, not
knots.
going to save you.
Yeah.
But if you had like a hard landing or something.
I think it's not like a plane and it's like if everything fails and you're flat spin, there's like a parachute
Yeah.
for the plane.
Yeah, the Cirrus aircraft has a built-in parachute.
Yeah. So, parachute for planes. This stream isn't gonna rest until he proposes. You guys are gonna have to stay awake for a while, I think.
I'll see you guys in 2035.
There we have. You have the date, 2035.
It would be great if you had 12 airplanes. No, you'd hate life. You'd be stressed. And your hangar rent would be outrageous.
We've got a few hangars. Been to a few. Hitchhike a helicopter? That'd be fun.
I sold my helicopter.
We were so close to hitchhiking a ride in a Ferrari with Todd too, but couldn't get the key. Couldn't get the key today. But no, he's never skydived.
No.
I want to skydive though.
If his girl was watching it. I'm sure she's watching. She's over here somewhere.
She's on her phone. Maybe she's in chat. Maybe she's one of you.
She's probably talking to her other boyfriend.
How long does it take to learn to fly?
Some people do it in 7 days, but I would say 3 lessons a week. You need a total of about, I'm going to say 30 lessons total. You have to have 40 lessons with an instructor, and you have to have 20 hours by yourself.
Yeah.
So most people do it in about 50 hours.
Yeah.
So 30 hours of instruction and 20 hours of solo time.
And that's just time. There's no like, you know, like for drivers,
Well, yeah,
like you have to do it. Well, I guess with an
some
instructor,
people are
it has to
horrible.
sign on.
Some people have no
Okay.
skill.
Yeah.
And I feel bad for, I mean, I'm that person at some things in life, but there's some people that just cannot get the knack to fly.
Yeah.
And it's not safe if you can't fly.
Yeah. Your nephew repairs helicopters in Calgary. Nice. What made you want to fly? Good question.
I used to ride my bicycle to the airport because I was obsessed with flying.
Yeah.
My dad was a pilot, but he hadn't flown in years. I think just looking up to my father as a hero, I wanted to do something he had did. So I used to ride my bike at like 13 down to the airport, which was like a good 5-6 mile ride.
Yeah.
And kept at it. And then randomly I met a lady who was like in her 60s, and she's the one who taught me how to fly. She was an instructor.
Been meaning to get some money together to start trying to get a student's license. How much does it cost to probably go through the
So
whole...
the student license you can get for free,
Yeah.
but once you get the student license, then you can start training.
Yeah.
And you can do a discovery flight for like $40 to $60.
Really?
They'll take you for 30 minutes, see if you like it, let you fly the plane,
Yeah.
and then if you decide you want to do it,
Yeah.
you can go from there. Do you EDC a gun, Todd? Yes, I do. Every day.
What gun do you have?
Glock 38.
Glock 38.
It's a 45 gap model.
Is that on you or in your truck?
It's in put it in my truck.
I shot my first gun on the very first day of Hitchhiking America on this trip. Never shot a gun. You've never even held a gun before that. But day one in America, gotta shoot some guns. But yes, don't show the gun.
No.
Twitch is iffy on the gun front.
I purely carry the gun just for pure protection of myself and, fellow humans that need to be protected. God forbid the day I have to use it.
Yeah.
But I'd rather have it not need it than need it not have it.
Yeah. Someone asked where I went in Sweden. I was in Norway. I hitchhiked up to Trondheim and then cut straight east into Sweden. Went straight east to Sundsvall, Sweden, and then down to Stockholm, and then across to like Gothenburg, and then into Denmark on the ferry. Yeah. 2015. I might have missaid some of those because it's been a while, but yeah.
He carries the Springfield XD. That's a nice firearm. In California, it's one of the only ones that meets the requirements for the new, has a chamber indicator and everything else on it. It's a neat little gun. That one.
Yeah, a chamber indicator.
So if there's a round in the chamber,
Yeah.
it's got an indicator that shows you there's an actual round in the chamber.
Oh, okay.
And not a whole lot of guns have that.
And that's a requirement for.
Well, they were trying to pass a law that you had to have a chamber indicator and you had to have a micro marker for every shell casing, but it didn't pass. But it is a good thing. So if someone ever pulls a gun on you, in a tactical situation, you know that firearm. If you don't see that big red dot that's hanging out the top, you know that the gun's not loaded.
Oh, okay.
Were you a private contractor? Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. question. I knew that question was bound to come up.
Yeah.
Yes, we can. Has to have a bullet button and a bunch of new, really ridiculous rules for an AR-15 in California.
175 an hour for flying lessons here, unfortunately, in Florida.
Panhandle, Florida. So the best thing to do if you want to learn to fly is to buy a Cessna 150. It's a 2-seat training airplane, and you can normally pick them up for about $6,000 to $10,000 for a nice one that's airworthy and safe. Get 3 buddies together. Everyone puts in $2,000 or $3,000. Once you own the airplane, all you're paying for is gas and an instructor, which comes out to be about $60 an hour.
Okay.
So you can actually get the material, the books, the test, and the license for an entire private pilot's license for somewhere around $3,500 to $4,200. To where if you went to an actual flight school, you're going to pay somewhere in the $30,000 range.
So that would be splitting with 3 people that want to get their license.
Yeah. So always buy the airplane, and then when you're done flying, you sell the airplane. You'll get every dollar you paid for the airplane out of it, if not more.
Yeah.
And you've got your license for $3,000 or $4,000.
There you go.
I wish I would have done that when I got my license. I didn't want to listen. And
You went to
I went to
flight school?
I went to this place here, right here actually, back in 2003.
Yeah.
And it was a real great facility, but flying new airplanes is not cheap.
Yeah, you said Cessna 150, right?
Yes, Cessna 150 is about the most fuel-efficient training, economical aircraft to buy.
Yeah.
And you can get anything from a 1960s to all the way up to an 82, I think. So they stopped making them.
Yep. I'm excited for my night flight, but you guys probably won't be able to see that much. And the connection's going to cut in and out. It is nighttime after all. So leaving the city, you'll probably see the city lights. But once we really get into rural areas, it'll be not much you can see. Because there won't be much light in the plane at all.
Not much light on the airplane, but you'll see a lot of pretty lights. You'll see the Hollywood Bowl, all those things.
I guess coming into the LA area, there'll be more stuff going on.
Yeah.
Fully auto M4. Do they make those?
They do, military and law enforcement.
Yeah.
Maintenance on a Cessna. No, maintenance is very reasonable on a Cessna 150.
You answered that. Test learning plane, Cessna 150.
It's a very depressing song. This is actually a radio that stays on 24/7, so nobody breaks in the hangar.
Yeah.
So they think someone's in here, and that stereo's been playing for about 6 or 7 years straight.
And she's still going.
So it's not a staged playlist.
Yeah. We're in Bakersfield, California, and I'm flying to LA today, or tonight. Hey, Out of Fire, how's it going? Could maybe set it to higher quality instead. I've just had it at lower resolution because, well, it's been inconsistent in the city, and I know once we're flying, it's going to be really inconsistent. It'll be fast at sometimes and non-existent in the other, and keeping it at a low bit rate and resolution is going to keep it the most stable. I think a stable stream is more important than a high resolution stream, but correct me if I'm wrong. Great music. I agree. I love this song.
You always get the one person that has something bad to say.
Yep. Throwing a banner on your plane.
I haven't flown a banner on my plane, but I do have a plane that is made to tow a banner.
Yeah. How much would a business have to pay to be like, yeah, can you just banner this and drag it behind the plane?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to have an aircraft that's in that category for banner towing.
Yeah.
And have a pilot that's experienced in towing banners. Because if you do it wrong, the airplane can stall.
Do you just take off? It just drags the banner and then
it's got a hook. It's got a big hook off the airplane. So you take off, and you come back with that hook, and you catch the banner.
Oh, okay.
And then you want to get the airplane to the slowest possible attitude.
Yeah.
And you pull up to the signs, finally get the whole sign off the ground, then you level out and do your speed.
Okay.
And if it gets crazy, you can pull the button and the hook falls off.
Oh, and then
so
you lose
the banner just goes.
How did this come about, bro? Hitching a ride on a plane. He picked me up yesterday. We hung out, checked out their boats and stuff. Then we came to Bakersfield last night, hung out the day today. Flew already earlier today, and we're about to fly again when their friends land because they're flying back to LA. So I hitchhiked the ride on a plane. No, that's been a dream of mine for years, so I'm really happy. That's how you should propose with the banner. That's a little, well, someone else flying. He has to be, he couldn't like fly next to her, will you marry me, and be in a plane. That would be a little impersonal. You're not there.
I've done baby reveals, though, gender reveals for babies.
Yeah.
We fly by and we drop a colored cornstarch out, either blue or pink.
Yeah.
And it's pretty neat.
Does the banner affect the aerodynamics? I guess would you feel it when you're flying?
Oh yeah, it definitely does.
Yeah.
We want to go to the lowest speed possible with the highest power suit.
Okay.
Any particular websites? I would go to controller.com, just standard spelling, controller, or barnstormers.com. Those are the two best aviation airplane websites.
It's been a crazy trip, awesome opportunities. I agree. It's been really fun. 37 rides so far, many to go. We're only in California, and I'm trying to see as much of America as I can, so I've got a ways to go.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
This really should be me saying thank you.
You can never do too much good in the world.
Yeah.
Life is very short, and enjoy every minute of it.
Restaurants where they disappear with your credit card for like 5 minutes. Places like that. Now, credit card
Skywrite the proposal. That's right where they have like the
Oh
smoke
yeah.
behind. Yeah.
So the guy you're flying with LA tonight, he actually used to do that.
Yeah.
So he had a plane that was called a Skyrider.
Yeah.
And he would actually ride in the sky.
Have you ever done that?
Which part?
Skywriting in the plane? Like,
No, I've seen it done, but I've never
Okay.
been in one that does it.
it seems like it'd be difficult to be in the air and like
It's a
think
computer.
about. Oh, it's a
And
computer.
so there's
and
like
it
5 airplanes
puts
in a row,
Yeah.
and then each airplane's at a computer,
Yeah.
and it puts a puff stop like Morse code.
Oh, okay. So
but
it
links
knows what it's doing.
It
Yeah.
links into a grid.
Yeah.
Into a new mattress during Sears Days. Shop top brand mattresses from Serta, Sealy, Beauty Rest, and Tempur-Pedic.
Got some more Instagram photos. See a guy selling 1/10 ownership of a Cessna 150 for $6,000.
That's a little high. Well, it depends where you're at. Certain parts of the world, general aviation is very expensive. So you can buy a Cessna 150 in the United States for $5,000. You can ship it to New Zealand, New Delhi, Sri Lanka, and they pay about $60,000 for them.
Yeah.
So it just depends on what part of the country you're in.
Okay.
But in the United States, a Cessna 150 averagely goes for $15,000 to $25,000, but you can find a good deal on one for anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000.
Yeah.
Professionals to help you negotiate with your vendor, apply for a loan modification, or take other steps to
See, you're getting people interested in aviation. People are looking to partner on a plane now. Maybe we'll have a Hitch Live, like a few people, a few viewers will, split the cost of a plane. You all get your pilot's license, go through some training. That'd be cool. What tricks can you do? Like a barrel roll?
I can do them all. I just tend not to.
Yeah.
I tend to fly straight and level, just like life. Fly straight and level with zero risk.
But you got one of your friends does like stunt flying, like crazy in
So
air
this,
shows.
this airplane here is going to be probably the nicest one ever built in the world. It's a unlimited ultimate. They call it an ultimate unlimited aerobatic class. And this is going to be the nicest one ever built when it's done.
Yeah. It's not quite there yet.
Yeah.
It's got a little ways to go, but yeah.
Needs help from Home Depot, where right now 2 cubic foot bags of Miracle Grow garden soil are a special buy.
Jimi Hendrix.
Miracle Grow improves existing soil.
Audifari is 14 planes, if I recall correctly.
What did it say?
How many planes you got?
13 or 14.
13 or 14.
I think out of those 13 or 14, I have 9 that are actively flying airplanes.
Yeah.
And some of them are projects that I'm working on.
Jimi Hendrix's son.
My dad was a C-130. No way. That is an unbelievable airplane, the C-130.
Yeah.
That is one wild airplane. I almost bought one years ago for a transport contract I was trying to get. Speaking of the C-130, there's a Grumman Albatross. It's an amphibious aircraft. It is One day I'll have one. They're just they're too big to store is the thing. They're so large that you can't find a facility to store it. If they sit outside, they're so heavy that the actual the asphalt will sink in the ground.
Yeah.
Because they're so heavy.
That those bigger hangers where we were earlier, could those have an no?
They'd have to be 10 or 15 foot taller and another 40 feet wider.
Wow, that's
So you'd have to have
a big
you'd have to
plane.
have 140 foot by 140 foot by
Yeah.
20. I think it's 29
I
feet.
already thought those hangers were pretty big.
Yeah, those are actually really large hangers, but
Yeah.
for the albatross, it's obnoxiously big.
So when am I flying one? Probably not tonight.
Oh, he'll let you fly.
You let me fly?
He'll let you fly.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe tonight. Flying a 1942 or 1943. What's it?
It's a Howard DGA 15.
Yeah. Maybe I'll fly a plane tonight.
Have I taken a ride in a fighter jet? Yes.
You have?
Yes.
What?
So I almost bought another aircraft that's called an Albatross L-29. And it's basically a Russian fighter jet.
Yeah. We saw. What did you say? A MiG-15 today?
MiG-15. Yeah,
When we
there's a
went
couple
to-
other Impalas, Drakens, MiG-15s.
When we went to the.
Air and Spaceport.
Yeah. We like I saw the Virgin Galactic hangar and stuff like that where they're building their like space stuff, and there's a few other space industry things out near here. So yeah, we saw a MiG, Russian MiG. I think I have a picture. Maybe I'll post that
Fast,
one.
loud airplane.
Yeah. Seaplane, yeah, just park it on water.
Park it in water. If you park a seaplane in water, it's aluminum. After a while, it generates corrosion.
Okay.
And then once you have corrosion in an aircraft, it's no good to fly because it will fall apart in the air.
Can you own a fighter jet?
You can own the F-14.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Is that
I forget
Tomcat?
which one the 14 is, but you can get the old F-100s.
Yeah.
You're not going to ever own any sort of a U.S. military fighter jet
Yeah.
unless you're an air museum, and then you're not allowed to fly it.
Yeah. At this point, we're just waiting for my other flight number 2 of the evening. So I'm just hanging out with you guys in chat. We're talking.
Waiting for his
Answering
chariot
questions.
on with wings.
Yeah. We'll be in LA tonight, or it's just outside LA, but pretty
Just
much LA.
right, yeah. It's in a couple miles.
A couple miles within LA.
You'll be about 8 minutes from Venice Beach.
Want any kit planes?
Kit planes. Do I have any kit planes? No, I don't at this time. I don't have any kit planes.
You have in the past?
Yeah.
So
My favorite kit plane is probably the Harmon rocket.
Yeah.
So the guy, the hangar behind here, he's the manufacturer of the Harmon rocket.
Yeah.
His name is John Harmon. Real nice guy.
So what is the definition of a kit plane? Like it gets shipped to you incomplete, and then
Yeah, it comes in a small box, and you build the entire airplane.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Is it like Lego? It's like build by numbers?
Yep. Pretty much. It's very extensive. It's usually 2,000
yeah.
hours to build it.
2,000 hours, okay.
Yeah, then they're experimental. Majority of all kit planes are experimental home builds.
Okay. Yes, this is going to be, well, a red-eye flight. We're going to be flying out of here at like 11 probably. Which is probably extremely late for you guys. Unless you're like in Asia, in fact, then it'd be morning. But yeah. Well, I guess red eye is when it's a long overnight flight, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, it's a night flight.
The Stratolaunch. So, the Stratolaunch airplane is the one I was telling you about today. The Stratolaunch is the largest wingspan aircraft in the world.
Yeah.
The pilot that's flying you tonight, his brother is the lead engineer on the Stratolaunch. So, if you're ever in the area, you can make him see if he'd take you for a look at it.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm still doing up.
Yeah, well, if you're in Western Europe, that's 8 hours ahead, which means it's, 6 in the morning? And you haven't slept yet, man? What are you doing? 2,000 hours to build is quite the investment of time. That's like, yeah, isn't 2,000 hours, like if you're working full time, that's a work year.
Darn near.
40 hours a week for 50 weeks a year, something like that. It's like 2,000 hours. So yeah, that's a big time commitment.
Yeah. Plus the finances, because you're taking time off work.
That's
so
true.
Most
Time
people
is
work on
money.
them after work, so
Yeah.
they're about a 4-year commitment.
Yeah.
Do you ever want to be an astronaut? I think it would be fun, but another one of those confined heights.
Yeah, that's true. And me, I'd like to go to space, but being an astronaut isn't just like getting to ride in a rocket and hang out in space.
It's work.
Yeah, you're
It's
working
work.
up there. You're constantly working.
Just to
and,
stay alive's work.
And you need to be top of whatever your field is, kind of to be selected to be an astronaut in that respect. And I can't just be like, hey, I hitchhiked around the world. You want me to let me fly to space with you guys? I don't have the qualifications, and I will never have the qualifications to be an astronaut. So maybe when the Virgin Galactic does their first flight, I'll just hang out outside with a sign that says space and my thumb out. Maybe they'll have an extra seat. That's my only opportunity. That's my one chance. That's true. Hawaii is a good time to view from. So anyone from Hawaii, it's just after dinner.
SpaceX. So I'm actually building some hangars right next to SpaceX's building in the Los Angeles area early next year. I don't know if I'd go to Mars because that's like a 9-month mission.
Yeah, it'll be a long time.
I've been to certain parts of the world that feel like Mars.
Yeah. You don't want to go to space, Elite Soul Flight? I'd like to go to space. I just don't. I'd be a tourist at that point. I'm doing nothing productive, nothing research-wise, nothing flying-wise. I would just like to go into low Earth orbit. Low Earth orbit.
Oh, Blue Origin. Blue Origin had their South Landing return rocket at Oshkosh last year.
Impact, you just got back from your night out. Welcome. Impact's the one that's helped me a ton with the stream.
Nice.
It's like my main man. Good to see you, my friend. We're waiting for our evening flight, which is like in 30 minutes, flying to LA. We flew once tonight. Was there a question?
It says what don't you do and who do you not know?
Yeah.
If I told you all the celebrities I've met flying, you would. There's not many I don't.
Okay, well, give us a quick rundown because I'm sure they're curious. You can't say that and not list a couple.
Oh, there's Harrison Ford's a big pilot.
I've heard that. Didn't he have like a crash or a?
Yep,
Yeah.
crashed on the golf course and then
Yeah.
he landed wrong on a runway.
I heard about both those things, so maybe he's not the best pilot.
No, a good. I think he just stuff happens.
Yeah. Okay.
Like that airplane he was flying had an engine failure.
Okay. You can't really.
He's
do
lucky
anything
to
about
be alive on that. He executed that landing really well. And there's John Travolta flies, Angelina Jolie, Brad Pitt. There's so
that. And
many.
you've met them or?
Oh,
you
yeah.
Just, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Just because in aviation.
They're just
kind
normal
of, yeah.
people, you know.
Doesn't John Travolta fly like a 747 or something?
He has like
stupid?
every rating up to like an A380 Airbus. just to I think his personal airplane is like a 747. And he
That's a
personally
crazy-
flies it himself.
Yeah. Basically, the one with 747 is it's like the airplane that's a part double-decker plane. It kind of has a hump at the top, up the front, and then it's a huge plane.
I could be wrong on the one model, but I know he's got a very large
I think it was a
passenger,
747. Yeah.
passenger jet.
Like completely unreasonable. How much do you think it would cost in just fuel per hour to run that?
Oh, it's obnoxious.
Yeah, like thousands of dollars an hour.
Oh yeah, 50,000 an hour probably.
$50,000 an hour. Yeah, not cheap. Coolest celeb you've met.
The coolest celebrity I've met.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've met Caitlyn Jenner, Kendall Jenner.
The Jenners.
I've met all kinds of people.
Are they cooler than Harrison Ford?
Harrison Ford's a cool dude.
Yeah.
Harrison Ford's a cool dude.
Yeah.
And I've met people before not knowing who they were. Like at Barrett Jackson, I met Reggie Jackson, the baseball player, Mr. October. Had no idea who he was.
Yeah.
Looked familiar. So I met Mike Tyson. I've met a lot of Floyd. I've gambled with Floyd Mayweather.
I've heard he's quite the gambler.
He was gambling, I'll tell you
Yeah.
that. He liked to lose money.
Yeah.
In fact, we'll do that in a bit. Or when I land in, I'll try to. Yeah, when I land in LA, I'll try to stay up enough, and I'll try and transfer some control over to you, so you can do some stuff in the background. Because I know you tell me to do stuff, and then I do like 1/3 of them, and then you get mad at me. Not really mad, just disappointed, I think. There's an Ocala, Florida. Who's that?
I think John Travolta lives in
John Travolta,
Florida.
yeah.
He's got a really nice house.
Has a
And
runway
and
for his
runway.
massive jet.
And he's got one jet that goes under one
Yeah.
parking and another jet on our side.
Well, Todd had like a landing strip at his property where he lives, where I stayed for the night, but it got washed out 2 years ago, and you haven't fixed it?
Yeah, 2 years ago.
Yeah. What kinds of planes are in the hangar again? And just this, there's a lot of planes. He'd be talking for a couple minutes to tell all the planes.
It'd be easier to tell you the ones I don't have.
Yeah. Fly away with me. Come fly away. Like the Frank Sinatra song.
Tell us about yourself. I know John Travolta used to have a boat in I think it was Marina Del Rey. I was down there one time on a boat I used to have, and I saw him down there.
But yeah, this has been a great day for me. Got to fly, hitched a ride. This is Hitch Live after all, where we hitchhike and we do it live. And 730 rides later, ride in a plane.
I got a couple new.
Oh yeah, people add you on Instagram. Are you okay being with chat for 2 minutes and go to the washroom?
Yeah.
All right. Be nice, everyone. I'm going to the washroom.
Let me have it.
Yeah.
And squared, nice one. Yeah, Trevor's a cool dude, man. He's living life to the fullest. No regrets. Is he being held hostage? Kinda. Buying planes, controller.com. C-O-N-T, yep, and Barnstormers, yep. I'm always tired, man. I trade stocks till 3 o'clock in the morning and get up and feed livestock and work. You guys send some funny stuff, man. Do I trade cryptos? Yeah, I do. On a low scale. Yep, day trade.
The smartest way to listen to 98.5 The Fox is on your smart speaker. Just say, "Hey Alexa, play 98.5 The Fox on iHeartRadio."
Getting 98.5 The Fox from iHeartRadio.
Can I be your intern for the summer? PM me, we'll see. Bitcoin did well, as long as you were out of it in the drop. But I wouldn't suggest buying the Bitcoin stock. I would buy the companies that buy all of the cryptos. Yeah, it's that chili he was eating. I think that's more of a commission on Coinbase when you pay the tax on that. Because they're the ones that convert it into an actual currency. Would I ever consider streaming? I would, but man, I'm busy. I'm busy. What's my IG? Todd_Hendricks. You're thinking about doing yes. It's up to you, man. Getting off topic here.
Where are we going?
No,
Where'd chat go? What'd you do, chat?
I'm not reading some of the ones.
We're getting off topic.
This guy said this.
I think about doing porn. Why? Why?
Follow your heart.
Stream when you fly? That'd be cool stream. People would like to.
They were asking about crypto.
Or cryptocurrencies, yeah.
I kind of gave them the rundown of what makes money and what doesn't.
So what the? Oh, I won't ask again because you guys have already heard. You thought you were doing okay financially. Now you feel less so. Hope you can continue to keep in contact through Trevor. You're really great, Todd. That's really nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll log on and
he's gonna join the community. He'll
stir
hang
the
out
pot
and chat.
while you guys are chatting.
Yeah. Should replace the Sake's guy with the most interesting man in the world. Hey, probably the most interesting guy I've met. Done a lot of things in his life.
Life is short, man. You gotta do something new every day.
Todd for mod. Yeah, when you come back, we can give you moderator status if you want that.
Yeah.
You can control the chat.
Todd for president 2022.
Yeah. 2022.
I think is that what it is? I think it's 2022, isn't it?
Wait,
2020?
Trump was 2016 every 4 years. 2020, right?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Time flies when you don't do much all day.
98.5 The Fox. The Red
Warning comes with Black Widows. I don't think I've ever actually seen a Black Widow in my life. Another first for today. First Black Widow spider sighting.
They heard.
They have. Have you been bit by one?
Yeah.
Oh. Did you go to the hospital for that?
No. Yeah, I didn't realize what it was. I thought it was poison ivy.
Oh.
And then I realized it was a spider bite later on.
Oh. Well, shit. Where I went to school in Kelowna, British Columbia, they do have Black Widows near some of the lakes there. Not that many, but never seen one. But now I have.
To chilling out, it doesn't matter. Road trips this summer, you need an awesome playlist for that, right? Maybe setting something together.
Need to train those suckers to attack the shit out of intruders.
Are they dangerous? Yeah, they're like the fourth most dangerous spider, I think, in the United States.
But they're not like aggressive. They bite when they like you like put your hand on them and
Yeah.
accident. It's a defensive thing.
Yeah,
they don't
chase
like
you.
they don't like run you down and try to bite you. I think most spider bites happen with like people like their blanket will be on the ground, and they'll like pick it up and put it on, and they'll be trapped underneath there, and they'll kind of kick in their sleep, and the spider will feel trapped and bite.
It eats you alive, dang near.
Yeah.
And this is the one I have at the house, the recluse.
Brown recluse.
The
or-
brown recluse.
Yeah.
They're when they bite you, it kills the skin at like a cellular level, and when it's done, you have a big old hole in your skin from where the bite was.
So you've had.
I've been
those?
bit before by them, but I've never had any bad reactions.
Wherever it's gone, yeah. Don't think you have those in Europe. That's good. It's probably a good thing.
Just
It's more
you don't
dangerous.
have rattlesnakes. We have them here.
Kelowna's rattlesnakes, yeah. In areas, yeah.
Those are a slippery slope. don't tangle with those guys.
Nice thing about rattlesnakes is you usually get a warning. Hence the rattle.
Yes. When the rattle
When
stops.
they feel threatened,
Yeah.
you might hear something and they should probably keep your distance. That's their warning system. Because a lot of things, like those spiders, you don't get a warning. You might just be doing something, not realize there's a spider in your pant leg, and then it bites you because it gets scared. But with the rattlesnake, you'll hear it. Hopefully.
Yeah, they're gonna squeal at you.
Yeah.
Mojave Green's all over there. They're gonna tell you.
Yeah. You've heard people. Yeah, there are rattlesnakes in the area.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any, but there are in Kelowna. That's one thing about Florida. Don't miss those giant ass spiders.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The wolf spiders.
College house was infected with brown recluse. Yeah, that's not nice. I usually don't mind spiders, but he doesn't react. It's just like, oh, a spider bite. Oh well, let's move on.
Oh, a cottonmouth. Wow, that'll kill you. The cottonmouth is a very venomous spider. I think you have 20 minutes to get the anti-venom.
Yeah.
Or you die. It clots your blood.
Whereabouts
so
are
fast.
those? Are those in
The woods. No, they're like Georgia.
Okay.
Georgia, Arkansas, Tennessee, certain parts. I'm not 100% sure.
Well, a good thing we camp in the woods, everyone. As a hitchhiker living in a tent, and my bag goes in the vestibule, not in the tent, so spiders like to crawl in those at night. Eh? Maybe this will be a hitchhiking, camping, and hospital stream because I have to go get anti-venom. Trust personal aircraft is running late. Yo, what the hell? Not happy with the customer service here at Hitchhiking Ride on
It's a
Airplane.
cottonmouth, a snake.
A snake, okay.
Yeah.
You got them mixed
It's
up.
a big black snake.
Big black snake.
It is scary looking.
Hospital stream puck camp? Yeah. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? You wish you could be my vestibule. For those who don't know, there's like a tent body and a fly that goes over top. The fly is kind of what protects you from the rain. The tent body has like your mesh to protect you from mosquitoes and different bugs and stuff like that. So the vestibule gets staked out, and there's a spot between the tent body and the vestibule where there's like a gap. So my tent's outside but undercover, and that's where my pack goes, and also impact velocity goes as well.
Snakes on a plane. Go to YouTube. So there was a snake that a big airline left, like Colombia or Rio, and there was a massive snake in the overhead luggage that came out during the flight. And that would have been kind of scary.
You have to ride in the ambulance? Yeah, well, if I'm getting loaded into the ambulance, I'll be sure to stick my thumb out or something like that first. It counts, right? Although they'd bill me for that, so I don't know if that counts. This is America. We pay for...
Ambulance bills are not cheap.
Yeah. This music has been on for 6 years, and it's never stopped. So, whoever... Did you put it on 6 years ago?
It's been on forever.
Forever.
I don't think we
They
would
just
change
leave it
the
on when
station.
they're not here to make it sound like someone's here. So, whoever put it on forever ago, good job.
This guy says the same thing on the brain. Spiders as big as your hands. So in Afghanistan, I've seen camel spiders, and they're about this big.
I've heard of them.
Some of them can get up to like 4 feet long.
Do they bite at all, or are they just scary looking?
You know, I think they bite, but that wasn't a big thing, but they would jump. They could jump like 12 feet. And they would blend in.
That would be scary.
They would blend into the sand.
Yeah. So you're like walking, and all of a sudden you see this thing jump.
You can't even see, it's like a big skeleton. It's something out of a movie.
Yeah.
But they were averagely about 12 inches long.
They're harmless.
Yeah, I don't think they were. I know they might bite you but it would just be a
But again, it
pinch.
would be a,
But I don't think it was venomous.
and they don't chase you down either. It's a defensive thing.
They run though,
Mostly
but
so.
when if they get in your bunk, there you ain't catching it. And they're scary.
That would be terrifying to wake up with that thing scurrying along
Yeah.
your blanket or something like that. Yeah, a lot of the big snakes are, like, most poisonous, or spiders rather, are quite often the little guys.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the daddy longleg is the most poisonous spider in the world, but it doesn't have enough strength to bite you or to penetrate your skin.
I've heard that. I can't confirm or deny it, but I've heard that before.
Todd is a crazy guy who does stuff he doesn't talk about. Yeah, you can Google it if you want to know about it.
4 foot spider. Yeah. 4 foot? Like 4 foot diameter? I don't think they get that big. That's like,
No, the camel spiders they get about this wide,
Yeah.
and they can get about this long. They got the most goofiest looking tail thing on them.
really?
Yes.
Scary.
Todd is D.B. Cooper. They found out who D.B. Cooper finally was.
Did they?
Yeah,
How'd they figure that
D.B. Cooper finally passed away, and the niece came forward with the money, part of the parachute, and a picture of the guy.
out? Really?
And he never got caught. But the niece finally came forward and gave him up. And there's also the 3 people that escaped from Alcatraz in San Francisco. 2 of them have passed away so far. The last guy is now dying of cancer, and he just sent a letter to the FBI to say that he wants to come forward because he wants
Really?
medical treatment, but he doesn't want to turn himself in, being afraid he's going to go back to jail.
What would be the best words to put into Google to learn about the Todd?
My
You are
name.
now officially the Todd.
My name?
Todd Hendricks?
I've paid a lot of money to get a lot of this stuff off, so I don't know what you'll still find.
Very interesting guy, though.
Stay in school, become a firefighter, get married early, have kids, and live a normal life.
Yeah.
that's what looking
But
back I
but
would
now
do.
everyone's looking at you now and being like, I want to live a life like Todd is right
Yeah,
now.
I've been through a lot of worries to get to where I'm at.
Yeah. If you could do it all again, would you do things very differently?
No. Yeah, one of the guys did get eaten by a shark, and then 2 of them actually made it to mainland, and then
Really?
one of them died of natural causes, and the last living one just turned himself in, or is trying to turn himself in for medical attention.
It's crazy. Todd dropping knowledge bombs. This guy's full of knowledge.
My nickname was Google, weirdly enough.
Really?
Yes. And I don't really study. I mean, I study. I do a lot of studying, but
You're just educated by life.
it just, yeah, exactly. I'm not the guy that tries to be something, you know. I just happen to remember a lot of crap.
Don't do school and stay in drugs.
Whatever-
I don't really do drugs. You don't.
I don't do any
Yeah, he
drugs,
doesn't
no.
do any drugs.
No. The only
So
drug
be
I
like
do is
Todd
women.
and don't do drugs.
The worst drug in the world is women.
You partake in that drug a
It's
little bit,
addicting and expensive.
though. Yeah. Use Amazon Echo when Todd's around. Yeah. Walking down the street. Who else?
We could have him look up the other Todd guy, start sending a message like, hey.
Other Todd guy.
The other guy's fine. His name's
Oh,
Todd. His name's Todd too.
Oh, he has an Instagram too?
Yeah.
Send them all over to him. Trevor, what do you mean when you don't really do drugs? I rarely ever, like, a couple times a year I might smoke weed. I just don't really enjoy it that much.
He does drug testing. You got some drugs, he'll test it for you.
Yeah.
Women affect the wallet. That is 100% true.
Just woke up from Paris, France. See, Europe's waking up 8 hours ahead. Right now, well, Todd picked me up yesterday, hitchhiking. We've hung out the past now, like,
close to 36 hours. We flew in the plane over there a couple hours ago, and then his friend is flying me to LA in soon. We don't know exactly when.
You don't want to read that one. Oh, does Todd have any cartel connections? No.
No.
No, I wouldn't tell you if I did.
You've already asked that one. He didn't fly his planes down to Colombia or anything like that. Never did anything like that.
I've made the old almighty honest dollar.
Yeah. Oops. Flipped you around. Check out the floor. I inject fentanyl-laced heroin on the daily. You only get that shit in Vancouver, Canada.
It's rough stuff.
It is. His friends is probably Kobe Bryant. You got friends? Any athlete friends?
Yeah.
Kobe Bryant.
So Elise's cousin won the Olympic gold medaling for wrestling a couple years back.
There you go.
And then I have probably 5 professional athletes that have come to my office and stuff that I'm friends with.
There you go.
Still just a normal guy. Just scour control Martin's turn. You gotta keep looking, man. Go on Craigslist, keep looking, you'll find a Cessna 150.
We're still in Bakersfield, yes. Jedi Adams.
Operation Odessa, that was out of Ukraine.
It is a Ford, 1928 Ford Model T back there. I will show you guys again before I head out.
Oh, he's...
Yeah, I'll show you guys right now. We'll just take a look at the planes and car again for a second. This is the... I guess I'll spin it this way. This is the plane we flew in earlier today. Just as the sun was setting, we did just a really short flight in this guy. So, we flew in here. But yeah, this is the 28 Ford Model T. So, pretty cool car. You can start it by key, or you can start it by crank. You can crank start it. What kind of plane did you fly in with again? Well, this was the plane I flew, which is a Cessna. I forget which model. Oh, they might be here. Plane might be here. They here? All right, 2 minutes. I gotta get my stuff together, guys, because. Is that doxing? Did I dox him?
Here, I'll show them something that just popped up. It was posted 2 minutes ago.
What was?
A Cessna 150 for 11,000. Yeah, let's turn that down. Whoa. For you guys looking for an airplane.
Todd, before we leave, can I get a quick picture with you?
Yeah.
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 So you can actually see what's going on.
this plane and that plane.
We still okay, everyone? I gotta get my stuff together because we're flying. Okay. Is everyone ready to fly in another plane? I'm ready. Todd's gonna be on Instagram. Of course he's gonna be on Instagram. I try to get everyone on Instagram. I miss people sometimes. You're going to bed, Impact? Who's rated F? Yeah. We're gonna lose connection pretty quick, probably. But you never know. I'm gonna be mounting my antenna on the window, hopefully, so hopefully that helps. It's quite the garage door opener. No, you go to bed? No, you go to bed.
Plug full of pressure around.
Okay. Perfect.
Late night flying is gonna be fun.
Yeah. Alright, plane's coming. There she is, boys. That's my ride. There she is. I'm just gonna get my bag over here.
How was the flight, Todd? Was it?
Well, 1 minute of it from the other hangar to this hangar.
Oh no, the PT.
Oh, it was cold.
Was it? Jeez. Well, he's live. Say hi to the viewers.
Oh, hey.
Todd.
Hello, viewers.
This is Todd. This is Todd. Got 2 Todds.
2 Todds make it right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we're
Or
flying
maybe they
to LA.
don't make it right. I don't know.
Can we make questionable comments in your video?
Does anyone make questionable comments?
Oh, can we?
Oh, you can say what you want. It's the internet.
Oh,
There's no. You can swear. You can say.
Lewd and mischievous things.
Yeah. You don't have to censor yourself.
oh, we gotta go over to the other airport to get this. Maybe go to the lockup
Oh, nice.
and then head out.
Let's go. Ready to go? I'm ready to go. You got a key still? Okay, cool. Good deal. What's happening, Gary? How was the flight? You freeze your ass off?
Not as bad as we were. We wore a t-shirt.
Loading up.
Yeah, he's got room in there. Okay. Oh, I can take that in the back.
One sec, just dropping something off here so that they don't lose connection.
Brand new and real leather. Very good. On the floor. Yeah. Alright, just like the viewers.
I'm sorry, everyone. You're gonna have to say bye to Todd now. I know we all like Todd a lot.
All right, you're all good. It's been real. It's been fun, and it's been real fun.
Yeah, but he might come back to chat in the community on occasion. You might see him again.
Yeah.
Just in text form rather than video form.
Keep Trevor going. Keep the donations coming, and travel America.
Oh, hey, I really appreciate
Cool.
it.
Right on, brother.
Yeah.
Have fun. Be safe, and
Always.
yeah. I'll talk to you on Instagram, and I'll watch the chat.
Good meeting you. Have safe travel.
I will. You want to say bye to chat? Everyone likes you.
Fancy. Bye. Keep him safe.
They keep me safe. They're all nice. You guys ready to fly?
We flew it earlier.
Guess we'll do a quick walk around, eh?
Quick walk around. This is her.
So I'm getting from Bakersfield to Los Angeles. Best buddy.
It was fast. I was flying with my brother. He like wants to be right at red line. Everything. It's like, just bring it slow back a little bit, you know? We're not still on cruise. Well, all right, Todd. All right, Gary. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Alright. Well,
See you,
thanks
buddy.
again.
Yeah, have fun.
Thanks for everything.
Yeah,
That
you're
was
gonna
an
blast,
awesome
man. You
day
get-
and a half
you get,
hanging
you
out with
get,
you.
You get stuck somewhere, you got my number.
I do.
Shoot me a
Got you on
text.
Instagram. I can DM you. I can do all that.
I know a lot of people in a lot of places.
Yeah? If I'm in an area, I can be like, you know someone pilot here?
I'll probably know somewhere within 100 miles of everywhere you go in the United States.
Yeah?
You get stranded somewhere.
Awesome.
And Todd, hell, he's probably flown to every airport in the United States down there.
Yeah. Alright. Well, let's do this.
On the right side.
Very
Just get
gently.
you guys in there. Yes.
Sharp things that you lock and see.
No sharp things. Alright.
Yeah, just make sure you keep the interior real nice.
Yeah, nice.
You know, just slide to the center right here, but real softly. So just go right to the center here and sit.
Oh,
back-
slide
sit
slide
back,
up there?
sit-
Okay.
yeah.
Alright. I'm just gonna hook up my jetpack in here. So we got signal. Hopefully. Find out.
Is it gonna be cold? Should I have a sweater on, or are we?
No.
No, we're good.
Freezing his ass off.
Nice and warm. But no, not freezing.
Right on, you guys have fun. Hell, sir, if you get home, you can probably go to the air show tomorrow. Check it out.
Oh, yeah. 9 to 3.
Good deal. All right, Schultz, thanks for the hitch.
Yep.
See you, Jar.
See ya.
Here's a headset for you. It's loud.
It's loud. Yeah, it sounded loud. Do you have any recommendations for it's just mounted on like you see a selfie stick.
Oh,
I just don't want to be in the way or anything.
You're fine.
Fine? Alright.
Once we get in here, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
This plugs in for you. Over here.
And when I talk, you can just hear me. It's not like I'm broadcasting to.
Just voice activated intercom.
Okay, but that's just not to like air
And then
traffic
to
control.
transmit, you have to push the
Okay,
transmit
okay.
button.
something in another airport to drop something off, and then we're flying to LA. We're in Bakersfield, California. Flying to LA after we drop something off here. So we're just dropping something off here? Or picking something up.
Yeah, the thing tomorrow is Aviation Career Day.
Oh,
and I have my flyers and my little banner and all that.
You need any help, or should I just hang out here?
Yeah, you can.
Alright. Alright. That was flight 1 of, well actually that's flight 2 of 3. I already flew once earlier today. We're flying again. There we go, let's get some light. Flying one more time. We're still in the same city. We'll be flying to Van Nuys Airport, LA. In a minute, he has to pick up some stuff. There's something at Van Nuys Airport tomorrow. It's like career day, airline career day. This dude's better than the other guy. The pilot of the last flight was Todd's brother, and Todd was like saying he was like redlining it when he didn't have to be or something like that. That wasn't Todd flying. Well, there's two Todds. Todd was flying this flight, but that's a different Todd. The Todd you guys know really well wasn't flying that flight earlier. It was his brother. Where am I sleeping tonight? Probably the pilot's lounge at Van Nuys Airport. Apparently I can sleep there. I do have travel insurance, everyone. If you travel, you should have insurance. But yeah, it was a really smooth landing. He's a good pilot. Todd didn't fly earlier because he wasn't insured or something like that on that plane, or so it was his brother flying. He was beautiful, amazing. I wish I could do this in HD for you guys. That would be a lot better view. But I know it's just 360p, but I hope you do get a sense of what it's like, what I'm seeing. This has been a dream of mine for years. Since I started hitchhiking, I always wanted to catch a ride on a plane, and I'm getting, well, technically 3. Going to bed now. Good night, show light. But yeah. I'm so happy. It's so cool. And then from here, I think it's 35 minutes to Van Nuys Airport. Plan for the stream is I'm going to stream as much of the flight as I can. Inevitably, it's going to drop out at times just because we're going to be in really rural areas flying over mountains and stuff like that. I'm going to stream as much as I can, so I'm just going to have it on. It's going to drop in and out. I'm going to stream when I land in Van Nuys and hopefully do a short like recap of the day and stuff like that when I get to the airport, and then I'll sign off at that point. So we've probably got another hour of the stream left. I know it's very late or very early in Europe, but yeah, I'm gonna be streaming for those of you that are still hanging around even though it's late. Can see us take off, see us fly again. For those of you that just want to see this plane fly, that was probably nice because we just got to go up and land, so you kind of got an experience for it. But yeah, that's the plan. You gotta be pretty nimble to get up here.
Well, the bag is in the way.
I guess so. Ooh.
Probably fix that though.
Okay.
I haven't flown it in so long. I didn't fly long enough for the battery to show.
Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, that short flight, starting the plane the last time, drained the battery, and the flight wasn't long enough to recharge the battery. So
There's a trick to this. We'll pretend it's 1940 something.
you gonna crank it?
if the airplane runs away and goes like crazy, turn that switch all the way over that.
Oh, and that kills it?
Yep.
Okay. We're crank starting this airplane. Because this is from 1943 or 1942, so. Unfortunately, I'm in the plane for this part. I'd like to show you guys the process of this, but I'm just not going to be able to show you. The plane is leaned back quite a bit, so I can't even really see that much over the controls. Yeah, she's an old plane. The motor dies in air. I wonder how cranky things can be. I think, luckily for smaller planes like this, sorry, it's loud. It's an airplane.
20 miles an hour at 3,400 feet. We'll cruise at 7,500 feet though. Expect to lose connection at some point along the way. We'll be flying over some mountains and all that jazz, so be prepared for that. Like I'm flying? Yes, it does. And these little planes are a little bit, they wobble around a little bit, so. Todd here is a really good pilot, I can tell. Talking to us. Now at 8,300 feet. I wish I could patch you into my headset so you can hear tower and everything like that, and air traffic control talking, but that's not possible. This is Hitch Live. I'm hitchhiking around America. I got picked up by a guy yesterday, and now I'm hitchhiking a ride on an airplane because of that. We're going to do as much of America as I can. Some states it's illegal, so we will be avoiding that, but for the most part, we're going to try and see as much of America as we can. laws vary state by state. If you look below on my information, there's a bit more information on hitchhiking legality in the U.S. There's a link to hitchhiking Wikipedia, hitchwiki.org. Our ground speed is 150 miles an hour. Flying at 9,400 feet at the moment. Yeah, I try to obey all laws, all local, state, and federal laws as I do this. I'm trying to do everything by the book. For affiliate 10 days ago and it's in limbo. Still waiting. No sub button, unfortunately. I was going to be able to fly, but there's a loose connection on the headset, so I can't hear him barely at all. So it wouldn't be safe for me to take over controls if he can't hear me. So I won't be flying because, yeah, we can't communicate correctly. I am not rich, I'm a hitchhiker. I doubt there is a rich hitchhiker. Yeah, this has been a dream of mine since I started hitchhiking, to hitch a ride on a plane. So this is kind of one of my biggest goals with hitchhiking, is to hitch a ride on a plane at some point in my life. So we've just accomplished that today. So I'm extremely happy. I am on cloud 9 at 9,000 feet. Yeah, this is 100% free. Sleep most nights in my tent as well. I free camp. My transportation's free. I actually haven't spent a single cent on transportation since I got into the U.S., not even a public bus within a city, you know, a single cent on transportation spent so far. This might have been nicer if it was daytime. I could have showed you a lot more, but this is the way she goes. Good night, Ty. Have a good disconnect at all. I'm really surprised. On Verizon network. Signal should be strong at this altitude. All right. I don't know enough to say otherwise, so don't know how this all works. Flying to the edge of the Earth right now. We're trying to prove the flat Earth theory. The Earth is not round. It is in fact flat. We are now at 9,200 feet. Ground speed 150 miles an hour. Certified altitude signal specialist, thank you for your input. Glad we can get a specialist in here to confirm that the signal does work at altitude. Thank you very much. As we get closer to LA, I'll show you guys the lights of the city. Just right now we're between, so there's not much to see. But you'll probably start to see the lights out on the horizon there. Let's see if I can zoom around. Probably another 15 minutes or so, I think. This is a 1942 or 1943. I'd have to double check the model. I just can't talk to the pilot because my headset's broken right now. But we'll debrief when we land. Ask the model of the plane. Watkins, we got picked up yesterday by a guy named Todd, and he picked me up, and we hung out for a better part of a day and a half, and we flew on one of his planes earlier, and now this is his friend's plane, and we're flying from Bakersfield from
Todd was trying to pick up a plane, but we drove like an hour and a half to go get this plane, and then the guy's like, can you come back tomorrow? And he's like, I just picked up a trailer and drove an hour and a half here. He's like, yeah, well, we can't do it today, so you can come back tomorrow. So we were just driving around all day. Just the lowercase f. Liz Verizon. Todd, the guy that got me this ride, his family owns a Ferrari, so all day I was really hoping I'd get a ride on the Ferrari, but his brother had the keys and couldn't get a hold of his brother, and blah, 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 blah. So no Ferrari ride, but we did get a couple plane rides. Still kind of sad about the Ferrari though. I know, I can't complain, can I?